And Mr. Clerk, if you could call the roll.
Commissioner Kilgore,
Present.
Commissioner Robbins,
Present.
Commissioner Asasi,
Present.
Commissioner Purdue,
Present.
Commissioner Belcheck,
Here.
Mayor LaGrand.
Present.
If Commissioner Knight's not here, let's get up.
I got that. Can I have a motion to excuse Commissioner
Yes.
Knight?
So moved.
Support.
And thank you. And Mr. City Manager, I would pass it off to you so we can dig into the budget.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning to you and Commissioners. Thank you for being here, and to all the staff and public who's assembled. Last week, we had the opportunity to provide a general overview of our proposed budget for fiscal year 26, the $733 million fiscal plan. And today, as discussed, we wanted to go deeper into some of the specific areas of the budget for your deliberation. And if someone can advance the slide for me, please, I can highlight what we're covering today. Today, we are so grateful that you've allowed us to have 4 hours of your time from 9 to 1. And we have also prepared to have food if I was going to say if needed, but have food at appropriate break time. But I'm saying if needed, this may go very fast. Okay, I just been told we may not have food today. So this could go very fast today. Well, we are prepared to have a conversation. So today we'd like to discuss mobility, vital streets, health and environment, stormwater oversight, capital, and because we have created this special workshop from 9 to 1 o'clock, we do want to take advantage of the time and discuss public safety, at least start on that discussion if need be. Because the work session on the 13th is during the morning of Cal, and we've already talked about how packed those days are. And then the next opportunity is on the 20th, which is a normal city commission day. So I think if it affords us an opportunity to have more deliberate dialogue, we'll do so today, and we'll make sure you have lunch if we are going through 1 o'clock. So we'll also have the public hearing next week on both the rates and the tax rate and the special fees. We're going to address, next slide please, we're going to address some of the conversation about the special fees that were discussed in media, particularly on the parking side. I've heard from a couple of you about the parking increase, and it's not just for the general public. It's not an increase to the monthly parking rate. It's not that was covered. It was the increase to parking fines, and we were going to cover that specifically in the mobility section. We'll also talk about our vital streets budget. And we have representatives from the Oversight Commission. I know there's been a lot of conversation here about mobility and making sure that there is good infrastructure for cars, but also shared road spaces for pedestrians and bikes. And then we'll also, in the portion of health and environment, talk about all the things that we're doing around water quality and green spaces and air quality, but specifically, we had a good conversation, or excuse me, we had a good public hearing on the CAP, and after the public hearing on the climate action and the adaptation plan, there was direction, instead of bringing an item back for vote on the 13th, we would have a workshop. And so during this presentation on the health and environment session, we'll take time to overview the process that we are proposing for you to begin engaging in workshop-like fashion so that we can make a decision on the plan. And lastly, we'll cover stormwater oversight commission's recommendations. Next slide, please. Again, just as a grounding of some of the decisions we're making, they are rooted in our values, our mission, and our vision, and those remain unchanged regardless of the values of other communities outside of Grand Rapids. Next slide. And again, as we built this budget, it was built on much of the dialogue that we've had last fall, as well as this spring around the areas of focus relatively within our strategic priorities. So with that, I want to ask our Deputy CDFO to come back and highlight some of the proposed fees. We did set the public hearing last week, but did not have a chance to really outline the framework around the fees. And so we'll just take a few minutes of that and we'll go right into the mobility section. And then we'll pause after the mobility section, see what questions you have about fees or the portion related to mobility. So with that, Mr. Sandin, and after Mr. Sandin, you'll hear from Ms. Behrens.
Thank you, City Manager. Good morning.
Your mic's on. Your mic's not on, Scott. And I want to thank Mr. Sandin as well for sending the responses to the questions that were not answered last week, but were asked. And you should have also received an email about that, and they should be online as well. And so maybe you can address it.
Posted this morning. I do apologize, the mic is showing it's on. Seem to be-
Okay, why don't you try at your station there, see if that works.
Is this any?
Yes,
there we
or someone
go.
to hit the button and turn it
So
on.
we have to turn it on for it to be on.
Mr.
right.
Clerk.
Much better, thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Mayor. My pleasure this morning just to give a brief overview, again, as the City Manager alluded to, just our proposed service provision fees that we teed up the public hearing for last week. So I want to start off just touching on the budget office role. The proposed service fee provision process is baked into our annual budget develop process. We do advise, provide guidance and instructions to the departments in how to go about setting their fees. But to be clear, the budget office does not set the fees. That falls to the department level. The departments are directed to City Commission Policy 700-10. That is the user fee policy, and that does provide additional guidance and best practices, as well as discussion and direction to recover 100% of service provision costs. We do limit the fees to the cost of providing it, that particular service. Otherwise, we would risk wading into the area of potentially an unauthorized tax. Departments are further advised that if fees are going to be less than 100% cost recovery, they do provide justification for that. Sometimes the fee is set by a different body. Sometimes we're desiring certain community outcomes that justify a setting below that 100% cost recovery level. Each year we do have a handful of new fees. They're either completely new or revised services for those fees. As a reminder, we do have a separate rate study, rate setting methodology for both the water supply and the sanitary sewer systems that occurs in fall of each year. And it's brought before this body roughly mid-December for adoption of those water and sewer rates. Additionally, outside of this process is the Parks and Recreation fees. Those are approved by City Manager per Policy 1100-08. As already mentioned, the public hearing on these fees will be next Tuesday and will be brought before the body for consideration on May 20th. This next slide is just a summary, a real high-level summary by certain select categories of the fees. So you can see all fees total proposed this year are $1,258. They're broken down into four main categories. The first category is fees with no recommended changes. That's about 57% where the fees are staying unchanged from the prior year. The second category is fees with cost of living adjustments, so that's about another 24%. So between those two categories, you can see that approximately 81% of the proposed fees are not more than the cost of living Category C then does move into fees where the We do have larger than cost of living adjustments. That's just under 18%. And then fourth category is fees achieving less than full cost recovery. Again, for some reasons we'll get into in the next slide. That's approximately 30%. I think I had already mentioned we have 11 new fees proposed across 8 departments this year. And I want to touch on how we determine whether a fee is meeting cost of living adjustment or not. We use a benchmark provided by the state of Michigan, their inflation rate multiplier, that does cap out each year at 5%, and it has been doing that, as you can imagine, with inflation being what it was the past couple of years. So this is the first year where that rate is what most economists would probably consider a more normal range, 2 to 3%, kind of at the high end of that range at 3.1%. So when our office is evaluating the fees, we're basically looking to see if it's within plus or minus 0.1% of that inflation rate multiplier. If it is, it's deemed to be a cost of living adjustment. As I think I pointed out on the prior slide, again, about 81% of fees are increasing at no greater than the cost of living. And then some of the fee adjustment factors that I wanted to point out that are taken into account by the departments is sometimes there's mandates that they have to adhere to. Vendor contractual pricing might play into setting a fee, kind of similar to the discussion around tariffs right now. Sometimes we can absorb some of that cost, but often it has to be passed along within the fee. There's public safety concerns to take into account. A good example this year is the odd even parking. We want to make sure that our public safety vehicles, along with the snowplows, can get down the streets. And desired community outcomes. A good example I can think of this is just children being able to access our swimming pools, for instance. You know, we certainly want to make sure that that is incredibly affordable. Finally, sometimes it's to encourage alternative options. So an example I can think of this is certain tax or statements that we produce, as opposed to printing and mailing a paper statement. There's now an option to go online, log in, and view that online. Lastly, as the city manager alluded to, there has been a lot of discussion in the media this past week about some of the parking violation fees, so I've just kind of highlighted a couple of them here. The first one's the meter infraction fee, non-central. That was an increase basically to equalize the cost between the residential and downtown parking. And then I also touched on this a little bit, the seasonal parking for odd even. You know, we're looking to encourage compliance with the seasonal parking restrictions again. Looking to be able to make sure the snowplows are getting down the roads, emergency vehicles are getting down the roads. And it's been communicated to me too that these fees, it's been at least a decade, 10 years since those fees have increased. Considering inflation over that period of time, the $5 increase does seem right in alignment with what you'd expect just to maintain that same level of fee based on cost of living. I think it might have been $25 or $26 is what it came out to, taking into account the inflation during that same period. So with that, open it up to, I don't know if we're doing, no.
No, we're going to go into the next section and then take a pause after that.
Thank you. I will hand it off.
Okay, so happy to be here today. Thank you, everybody, for your time. Just wanted to start a little bit with the big picture. Our operations and building and maintaining the transportation network is spread across a number of departments at the city. So before we dive deep into the strategic outcome area and the focuses of that, just wanted to orient the commission and the viewing public how we do that. So you see here that we really dove into the responsibilities and the sort of span of work across both the all mobile GR department, transportation, engineering, and public works, all of which have a role in programming, maintaining, or building this kind of infrastructure, whether it's sidewalks, bike network, programming like our car share program or our micromobility, and then obviously maintenance, which is foundational for safety for all users. So pothole repair, some support for coming through when there are construction activities in the rights of way to fix that, street sweeping and snow and ice removal, all very critical to keeping people moving safely about our systems. At the bottom there, you see we also did try to link up how some of those programs and services and construction projects are funded. For the most part, it is a complicated braiding of funding sources to ensure that we are able to use the right color of money, as they say in the fiscal world, to deliver those services. So the bottom row is not by all means all of the fees that and funds that we have available, but the major ones. So we have some other funds, including some MDOT funding and some contractual funding and other things that we didn't detail out here. But just big picture, and you will hear across many of your strategic outcomes about some of these projects. So just wanted to orient everyone before we dive into more the outcome area itself around mobility. So the strategic plan does sort of call for us to be focusing on this 21st century multimodal mobility community, which is always a work in progress because the technology is always changing and the expectations of our public on how to move around is also always changing, and the options are always changing and improving. So our strategic plan does focus on these areas that you see: improved transit stops, connectivity, particularly around pedestrian and bicycle connectivity. So really, again, working on those options, different ways for people to move around. Micromobility has been a focus of this community for a number of years. And then improving our impacts on the environment and the attainability for people to utilize some of these technologies and options. So we have arrayed some of our key investments. So as you've heard from both the city manager and the deputy CFO, for the most part, you have in front of you here kind of a maintenance budget. So this is, to some extent, represents investments at kind of a continuing level of investment. I will call out where we have some enhancements, but for the most part, this is kind of continuing what we've been doing over prior budgets. So we do plan to continue to increase or improve transit stops. So excited about that. We have been able to build out that portfolio quite a bit over the last several years. We are enhancing or adding on to Vital Streets, which you'll hear about right after this, with some underground infrastructure that will allow us to come back later as there are continued improvements in the way pedestrian and bicycle connectivity works. So signalization, rapid flashing beacons, all of those kinds of things that improve the system. We are investing in some kind of pre-work so that we can come back in later with those kinds of technologies and be less disruptive to those intersections. That number there, that investment also represents some additional paint and other techniques to, again, improve safety, particularly at intersections, which, as we all know, is the most dangerous part of the system for many of our users. Micromobility solutions, we are continuing on the investments with bike share, scooter share, and making some additional investments there in safety. So over the last couple of years, there has been a lot of coordination between Mobile GR, who manages those contracts for the Lime bikes and scooters that you see, and our public safety departments. So we are continually trying to educate the public and working with our vendors for ways that the app reinforces those messages about safe operations and helmets, and we evaluate with our public safety departments what's happening. So we will be doing an annual safety campaign. And then we are, I guess the last enhancement to call out for the commission is we do plan to increase the car share fleet from 7 to 12 vehicles. A couple other mobility safety improvements. This is kind of focusing more on some of the signalization and then just the maintenance pieces. So again, these are largely a continuation of programs and services that we deliver at relatively the same level of improvement, but we are continuing to work on our traffic signal optimization. So we have an investment here that represents both local at $50,000 and then federal funding, congestion mitigation and air quality, otherwise known as CMAQ, funding to help us with some traffic signal optimization. And then neighborhood traffic calming is a program that is well loved, and in the prior fiscal year, the commission approved another couple resources to allow us to move through those requests more quickly, and we're starting to see that really take off. Pedestrian safety focus is obviously something of great interest as vulnerable users of our right-of-way. So wanted to call out a number of improvements that we have planned here, continuing to deal with accessibility by ensuring that we are upgrading systematically our crossings in order to include audible push-button support for people that are visually impaired. And then again, we are leveraging a local investment of around $370,000, I believe, with the Highway Safety Improvement Program, which is federal funding, in order to improve with rapid flashing beacons. We think this amount of investment will get us to about 11 improved intersections over the fiscal year. So then turning to parking, this, as always, seems to be the most interesting thing when we bring forward our fee ordinances. So just a quick reminder that for fiscal year 25, we were in the first year of implementing our principles and market competitiveness framework, which was an effort of the Mobile GR Commission in fiscal year 24 that we used in fiscal year 25 to really assess our rates, both the on-street parking rates and timing of enforcement, the ramp rates, event rates, and monthly parking rates. And those principles are arrayed here on the slide. We are in year 2 of implementation of that framework, which really called for us to kind of maintain the status quo for the most part, but to adjust monthly parking rates by a modest amount to ensure that we were keeping pace with the costs that it requires for us to maintain and operate those ramps. So here is just a snapshot of the increases that are included. Just wanted to touch base, and I know that you may have some follow-up questions about parking. I know that the Deputy CFO talked about this already a little bit, but I do want to call out that for the most part, monthly parking increases this 2%. You may have seen covered in the media that the DeVos parking ramp increases are a little bit more than that. They've increased both on our fee or omnibus ordinance, it's both the event parking and monthly parking. That is because actually the CAA sets the parking rates at that ramp, and they increased the rates to the amount that's now in our omnibus ordinance last year, but after the budget was adopted. So we're just truing that up. We've talked about the infraction fee increases. Just again, both of these increases would leave our rates below the CPI adjustment to the base rate, so slightly below. So we're just trying to keep pace a little bit and again, encourage compliance, particularly with odd even. That is a complaint-based enforcement actually that we practice, and we really are just trying to get to compliance so that again, those safety and snow removal and other functions that everyone relies on can be performed. All right, so the parking portfolio is a big part of the Mobile GR department. It is a big part of mobility, how people can get to the places they want to go, where they park, how they then move from that parking to the places they want to go is something that we hear from the public is important for convenience, also important to support some of our economic development goals. So particularly downtown, as you know, we manage a number of parking facilities that support businesses that are able to have little or no parking. to be constructed and maintained at their own cost. So it's something that can meet a number of community objectives, and it's a important asset for us. So we are making investments with this budget, both on the staffing side to again maintain clean, safe operations and convenient operations, having folks there on larger parts of the day with access to supervisory and decision-making in order to help people who are using our ramps, maybe stuck, maybe a number of other things that happen all hours using our ramps. So additional support there for our staff to be able to work safely. And then we are continuing to follow our asset management plan with respect to investing in those existing ramps. So you'll see here some investments in repairs across the ramps themselves, and then in particular, we're calling out a significant project here at Government Center. That is just a portion of the overall project cost. As you are aware, there is also a planned renovation of the plaza itself, but because that forms the roof of the parking structure and there's a number of repairs to be made there, the parking system is a partial investor in that overall renovation. So then just a number of things to keep your eyes on in terms of planning, and we'll be engaging with the public and the commission on a number of these efforts, but just wanted to call your attention to what we will be doing to be looking into the future. So obviously the commission earlier this calendar year adopted the community master plan, and that will be driving a number of updates throughout the city and our operations, but here in particular taking a look at what is the mobility plan to support those growth areas and support the vision that comes through the community master plan on a number of fronts. So we anticipate that will allow us to take a look at the existing mobility strategic plan, which is actually embedded with the equitable economic development and mobility strategic plan. So we'll be working across those departments to kind of update that vision, take a look at some other strategies, including transportation demand management, and take a look at gaps in our system now, ensuring that we are really looking collectively across the ways that people get around and have kind of a coherent vision for how those investments are made. Obviously, we are a Vision Zero community, so we are driving continually for additional safety improvements, and a number of our programs and the data that we review now help drive our investments, so that we are always looking at places where the data is telling us we need to make some improvements. So that's always a part of what we are evaluating. For parking in particular, we are doing some, and by we, I mean the department. And the staff that we have there doing a lot of great work, but taking a look at what is next for our parking portfolio. So not only downtown should we be investing in additional parking facilities downtown, but outside of downtown. Now that the community master plan has laid out where our growth areas are, where our business corridors are, and again, thinking about that economic development tool, that investment in public parking can be to drive down costs actually for other types of development. We're taking a look at where it might make sense to add to the portfolio, where it might make sense to offer properties that we currently manage as surface parking for some other use. So that will be the subject of a number of conversations with the community and with the commission in the future, but just know that is something that we are taking a look at. So with that, I'll pause for questions here, and then we will hear from Vital Streets Commission.
Commissioner Sassi has a question, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. We can go back to Scott's presentation as well, right? My question was, could we go back to that fee schedule pieces where you kind of broke down the percentages? I think that was a good slide.
Oh, boy.
That we're showing some of these, the service provision fees, but I also wonder, could we also include what are some of the free or reduced options that we have? So I think about the Dash system. I think about we just talked about the car share. I know micromobility isn't fully free. Well, nothing's free. We're all paying for it. But anyways, you know what I mean. but the micromobility option. So I think, as a commissioner and over these years, one of the things that I was trying to balance is obviously these pieces, but what are the value adds as a totality for living inside the city of Grand Rapids? So if we could see that, that would be a recommendation. I have a number of other questions related to transportation. Some of them I will email because I think they're just quick questions. I didn't hear, Ms. Behrens, what federal grants on the mobile GR side have been canceled. I know when we had our mid-year review, we were talking about one related to the EV charging stations, I believe, but I believe that one's been canceled. So that's one question. The other question was, in the 4-year strategic plan process, where do a review of our transformational projects fit in and how that impacts, augments? So that's another question I have. In the second ward and probably across the other wards, I know I talked to Commissioner Robbins the other day about the Ann Street bike lane, but just looking at investments in protected bike lanes. And then, and then lastly, I just didn't hear a mention of DASH, and so will that be included, kind of a review of that in engagement work, in that plan that was discussed, the community outreach. So those are my questions on this section. Thanks.
So just real quickly, I believe the only federal grant that's been canceled was the EV charge station grant. The other two that I flagged here have been awarded, but certainly if there's additional contraction on the federal grant front, we will keep the commission posted. With respect to the transformational projects, there was work done in advance of those projects moving forward to sort of see how they will circulation and how existing infrastructure supports them, and coordination with the Rapid in particular about event type planning, similar to what we do with other facilities downtown, in and around downtown. But then again, as we continue to update based on the community master plan, growth areas, and how those actually function within the network, that would be part of what we're looking at in terms of updating our strategic plan and mobility plan. I will defer on protected bike lanes. Hopefully some of that might get answered on the vital streets, but if not, then we'll circle back on that one. And then with respect to the DASH, we are maintaining our investment as we have, didn't call it out, but certainly again, as we update our mobility planning, there will be engagement around the role of DASH and the Rapid more broadly.
If I could piggyback on that a second. Go ahead, City Manager.
There was one other question I don't think we addressed, and that was on the fees that are free or lower than cost of service. So just to be clear, in our schedule, we don't include anything that has no fee. So the fee schedule is only those that are fee, and so 370 are less than the cost of service. So to get the other services that are not at a cost, we'd have to compile a list, as Commissioner Sassi requested. Okay.
Yeah, and thanks, Commissioner Sassi. I think that was a good point. I mean, some of our, and of course, there's the other question, which is, are there things that we're providing where they're entirely cost neutral, and so they're sort of invisible, but they ought to be part of the discussion. So, for example, we talked about moving up to 5 new electric car share cars, and quick back in the napkin math, it means that's about $60,000 a vehicle. They cost about $30,000, so I assume that there's some operational and some infrastructure costs baked into that $300,000 number. But then, we get paid fees by users of those vehicles. So I don't know if that shows up in this schedule as a, partial recovery fee or a full recovery fee. So discussion of how the math works on that car share program would be great, because if they're actually cost neutral, it might be the kind of thing we'd really want to lean into. If we're getting full cost, not the cost of purchasing the car, but the operational cost, if that's fully captured by the user fee, then that's something where, scaling up looks relatively easier, and it's an easy fiscal decision, right? If we're subsidizing that program, then it's a tougher decision. Because we're having a workshop, I just want to flag for all of you where I kind of am right now, and love to get a little discussion with the commission on the two big traffic ticket increases. My instinct is just being a citizen who really tries to not park on the wrong side of the street in the odd even times. Every time I park at night, my brain hurts, and I have to figure out whether it's odd or it's going to be even at 1 o'clock in the morning, depending on how tired I am when I get home. Sometimes I get that wrong. So the number of times I've parked on the wrong side of the street intentionally is a near zero number. And I'm not sure that any amount of increase in the fee would make my brain less fuzzy at, midnight. So my instinct is that that the vast majority of people who are parking on the wrong side of the street aren't doing so intentionally, or that if there are scofflaws, that more enforcement might be a way to respond to that. But my instinct is that increasing the cost isn't going to really get us more compliance. And so if that's true, if we're not going to get more, if people aren't doing it because they're like, oh, I'll take the $25 hit, maybe there are people out there who are saying, for $25, I'll park on the right side of the street, but for $30, I wouldn't do it. I just intuitively don't feel like there are people out there making that mental decision. So I would be reluctant to increase that fee that much because I'm not sure the incentives are there. Similarly, when I look at the justification for increasing the meter fees outside of downtown, and it's to equalize things between neighborhoods in downtown, my instinct is that shouldn't be equalized. Downtown is a very dense destination where parking is at a premium, whereas our neighborhood businesses are things we want to support, and getting a parking ticket in front of your neighborhood shoe store really leaves you with a bad taste in your mouth. If you're going to a fancy downtown restaurant, maybe you're like, well, okay, I get it. Or you're refinancing your mortgage and you get a ticket. You're like, well, I get it. I had to go downtown to refinance my mortgage. Should have put more quarters in the meters. That's on me. But I feel like if we want to emphasize neighborhood support, I'm really reluctant to say, well, parking in Easttown is the same as parking downtown, because intuitively it's not for me. Or parking down at, Eastern and Burton is the same as parking downtown, because intuitively it's not for me. So I welcome other thoughts on that, but those are sort of my thoughts on that increase. And maybe we land somewhere in the middle. Maybe we increase it $2.50, not $5. I mean, we don't have to do nothing. There are other options besides the recommendation of going up $5 a ticket and doing nothing. Commissioner Kilgore.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree. So can we just, for the public, Ms. Behrens, or can we say which code these are in? So are these changes with, I believe, for my math, they're more than cost of living for both the
The last time the odd even parking
Yeah.
rates was changed was in 2010.
2010.
So a cost of living adjustment, if we went from 2010 to 2025, would put the ticket at about $27 plus a few cents. So it
Okay.
is less than cost of living adjustment.
Okay.
As is the other one, slightly less than cost of living adjustment. So those meter violations haven't been changed since at least 2014. So again, cost of living adjustment would put you a little bit above $25.
If we're going all the way back to the last time it was changed, is what you're saying?
Yes,
Okay,
correct.
so not like the 3% increase from 24 to 25.
Correct. They have
That
not been
would be-
changed for a very long time.
Yeah. I still just think I just echo what the mayor said. I'm just trying to think of just what neighbors are dealing with, and I think this is just not. I would just echo what the mayor said. I talked about this with the city manager and Commissioner Perdue on our 2-to-1, and I think that we're just a little. The more we can save folks from fees, I think the better in these times, especially with things like it's the classic carrot or the stick. Of course, we want those cars, the plows, to be able to go through, for example, for the streets. But I also do believe that neighbors just one additional ticket, another fine on top of everything they're dealing with is something that I don't want to support at this time. So that's where I'm at with that. I understand they haven't been changed in a long time, but that change, it just feels like another thing for neighbors. So
I'm guessing a lot of us may want to weigh on this, but City Manager, you wanted to talk next?
I just want to clarify, did this fee for parking in the ramps, was that reviewed at the Mobile GR Commission? Were those proposed fees, they were not?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Belcheck?
I had some questions myself, but I do want to just answer the question the mayor put on the table. I agree that downtown, with its density and its attraction, is a place where we do need to think about parking. People expect to pay fees for better or worse already, but to charge fees in our neighborhood business districts, we will want to think very carefully and strategically about that, and if that's even feasible at this time. I think that we need to look at the congestion on some of those streets. I know that Fulton, there's parking that's metered right by downtown Grand Valley around Adobe, which is going to be housing soon. And the lanes are not clearly marked as an example there. So there are 2 lanes sometimes driving, and sometimes someone's parked there, and sometimes you can pay for parking, or sometimes it's free. So we want to make it easy for our neighborhood residents to be able to go places, and we're going to have more residents, as an example, in that area. I was trying to make sure I understood, though, on the odd even parking. You said, is that what was changed in 2010 last, or are you talking about all the fees?
Odd even was changed last in 2010.
Okay, so I would like us to think more and look at how we are enforcing it. What I heard you say was this is a complaint-based enforcement.
Yes.
So that could mean that some areas are being enforced better than others based on how much your neighbors like you or not, and how well people are parking. Since I live in the 1850 city boundary, I know that there's a fair bit of density, double houses and, many duplexes and stuff in the same lot. And so parking can be difficult, but it is a brain drain trying to figure out where to park. And I don't know if that means we can look at the time, like, so midnight is the changeover or something, instead of something weird like 1 a.m. But what if we're not enforcing it evenly because it's complaint-based? Maybe we're not catching all those areas that could use some encouragement. So I'm not really in favor of increasing the price right now, just for that reason. And my main question that I wanted to ask on this was, when we talk about we're not raising things more than the cost of living, we're comparing what we're doing as government to what households are doing. Am I understanding that correctly when we say cost of living?
It's just like the value of a dollar.
The value of a dollar, okay. So the value of a
Purchasing
dollar.
power, yeah, what was the
Right?
purchasing power of
And-
$20 in 2010 versus?
So it's a little bit of a mind game, I think, because for the cost of living for someone who's actually living, like in a household, how does that compare to their actual household income? Has it also adjusted upward in the same amount? I kind of think that people are feeling more pressure than what that number is. And I would like to see how the cost of living for city government, like, I assume we're saying we have more expenses too, so therefore we need to raise our prices, right? Just like, but for the homeowner or the resident, that means all their prices everywhere are raising instead of.
Sure. I think when it comes to municipal finances, you have policy decisions in front of you about what of our city services and functions are appropriate to be paid by the general taxpayer through your income tax and real property tax and other things. So the general taxpayer pays for that service versus what are appropriate fee-based services. In the past, the commissions prior to you all made decisions about the fee, how the parking fee and parking ticket revenue should be based. And we are kind of on that same policy kick saying, all right, generally speaking, this was the policy choice made for enforcement, for odd even, so that we can plow, to enforce parking turnover that supports businesses so that people don't just park right in front of the street. We put meters in. That was a policy choice to keep the cars kind of in and out of there so that businesses can see parking in front of them. And we are kind of following that same policy choice. If the choice is not to raise the parking ticket fee, that's fine, but the cost will be spread amongst the general taxpayer. So that is the policy choice related to all fees and ticket enforcement enhancement. But I do want to be clear that just one other thing I wanted to clarify, outside of odd even, the reason you would get a parking ticket in a neighborhood would be because you violated a meter or you're parked in front of a hydrant or somewhere where you're not supposed to be parked. So we have the meters there in theory to, again, keep that parking available for people with shorter duration types of trips rather than folks parking there all day long. And again, that was a policy choice made because we go back and do the research, but I'm assuming there was some engagement with the neighbors and the business community that meters would be valuable there to keep that parking available.
I appreciate the history and the policy versus practicality discussion. I think that's helpful not only for us on the commission, but also for the general public. Are we moving on from that topic, or?
Commissioner Robbins?
Yeah, I just had a couple thoughts too. I agree with most of the premise of what was said. I think probably more so with the neighborhood business district aspect of, I want, for example, if someone wants to go to Mirror Shoes, like on the west side, like being able to not be so worried about if I don't get back by the very minute that I am done shopping for my shoes, I'm not going to get a ticket. I think I agree with that premise. I think my concern is just, if we haven't increased a fee in 15 years, like the administrative costs of being able to enforce, I think that's something we certainly need to take into account. Like, just because we're not increasing our fees doesn't mean the cost to enforce hasn't increased over the past 15 years too. And to what you said too, like that cost is still being incurred. It's just being spread across everybody as a taxpayer. So that piece, I think I would still be in favor of some sort of increase. I think it's important to do some sort of, make sure that we're being responsible with the fees that we're charging, making sure that they are somewhat commensurate to the cost that it takes to enforce, because we're not just eliminating the cost entirely. So what that looks like specifically, whether it's like the $22.50, whether it's some portion of the increase rather than the full cost of living adjustment, I think seems fair, and it's just a financially responsible decision. But again, appreciate the premise and the concern too.
Thanks. Yes, we don't have to make a binary choice here. I also think, as I'm thinking about it, we probably could do a better job of working with the neighborhood businesses, because there's a third category, which I think is a little underutilized, which is letting individual businesses say, look, the nature of my business is most people come in for 5 minutes. Can you make the spot right in front of my door be a 15-minute spot? Because if meters encourage turnover, which they essentially do, a 15-minute spot encourages fast turnover. So like nobody goes to grab their morning cup of coffee for an hour and a half. There are a lot. Some people go meet at coffee houses, but there's that category of really fast turnover, which we might be able to, and that's a policy thing, so we're here to talk about budget, but there are other ideas we certainly can consider. And Commissioner Belczyk, I want to point out that my understanding, 5-6 years ago, my neighborhood, we were getting hammered with odd even parking tickets, and it wasn't complaint-based at that point. It was go out and find all the people who were not doing it. So that really made me not happy, because anytime I made a mistake, I was guaranteed to get caught, and that meant it was a line item on my budget. So the advantage of the complaint-based is if a snowplower operator is not out because there's no snow, they're not going to make a complaint. And if it's the middle of December and there hasn't been any snow for a month, we can enforce odd even because that's what the signs say, but we don't have to go out and enforce it if there's no need for plowing. And we all know 60-80% of our winter, there's no active need for plowing in periods because there will be periods when it's not snowing. So I think I like the complaint-based, because that's when there's a need to. We're not doing this for funsies, right? We're not doing it to stop people parking on one side of the street. We're trying to get our streets plowed. And so if there's no snow, there's no need. So, and Commissioner Perdue, you wanted to.
Yes, thank you. So related to the fees, I think there's two conversations. This full proposed service provision fee list, where can folks access it? It wasn't part of the package last week when we set the public hearing.
It was in the packet for the public hearing. It's not in the packet today.
Okay, I'll recheck that link. And I know that the budget packet sends people to the budget office. And it looked like the last one updated was fiscal year '25, so just flagging that.
Yes, Commissioner, the fees should be updated on the Budget Office website as well, and we'll make sure to include that in the packet for both the public hearing as well as the final adoption as well. So that'll include an alphabetical list by department with the name of the fee, what service is being provided, the variance, and whether full cost recovery is achieved is what's included on that schedule.
Would it be under the fee schedule part of the webpage?
Yes, it should be, or it might have been posted at the top just to draw more attention.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So related to the parking rates and fees, so what I'm hearing you say is both for the meter infraction and for the seasonal odd even, really the goal is compliance. And I tend to agree with some of the comments made around not super confident that increasing the fees will increase compliance. And I also do think a different approach to parking in neighborhoods is appropriate and not necessarily trying to match downtown. So I'm not excited about that fee increase, and I think, but I do think that it's important, particularly for the odd even enforcement. When I did a ride along with the snow plows a few years ago, I mean, that was a big part of our conversation. And so I do recognize it's a real challenge in some of our neighborhoods. And so I wonder, as opposed of using just a $5 increase in fee as a way to increase compliance, what other effort might we undertake, whether it's educational or otherwise, to really help folks understand? Because those same folks, I think you mentioned, might come back and complain that, you know, their street isn't plowed. And admittedly, I don't know if when I first got my license, I understood that the tie to odd even was for the plow. So I would rather see so I would not like to see these increases in the parking and infraction fees. And this is about compliance, not about offsetting the cost of providing services, is what I'm hearing this morning. So I would prefer not to have those increases and to put effort into finding other ways to educate and encourage compliance outside of a fee increase. If I may go on to other questions in this section.
If I could just riff off what you're saying just briefly. If we were to go midway, we would logically get more revenue. And I can imagine a world in which we could have a hybrid of complaint-based and enforcement-based, where we went out at the beginning of the season and it would cost money. So we could go out and warn people. So we could have a warning event where we went along and gave people things under the windshield that said, this could have been a ticket. You could have paid $25. And we could do that on a non-snow event after November 1. And so like an annual, hey, guess what? We're coming. We're not kidding. Wouldn't cost the taxpayers anything. It would cost us the cost of going out and doing that. But that might be something to think about putting in our basket of tools.
Mayor, if I could, this is a good discussion. I didn't think we'd have this much conversation in the first section, so this is good. A couple of things. If we were, certainly we always focus on education, and I think we do a generally good job through newsletters and social and other ways of really educating on odd even parking. I think we even made a video cartoon on it, which is helpful. But I do think if we were to do either as Commissioner Belshak indicated, not make it complaint-based, more proactive, that would require more resources in terms of staff to do that. We can continue to focus on the education. I just want to make sure I'm clear on because the conversation from the dais has been, it's been a range of opinions here. And so now the proposals, the $5 fee, I've heard a couple of comments about a moderate increase, less than that. I've heard no increase, and right now it's not clear to me what the preference is, and so it stays at 5 unless I could be clear on what this
Right on.
the preference is. And we don't have to decide today, but by the time the budget's done, we need to know if there's an appetite to.
Thank you, City Manager. So this won't be the last time we have to get sort of consensus on an inflection point, I think. But I do want to acknowledge Commissioner Belichick used some other than parking stuff you wanted to talk about first, and then Commissioner Perdue, you also did too. So I'm not forgetting that. But my instinct is to be Solomon here, cut it in half. I don't know if we could go down in the room. Commissioner Robbins?
Yeah, I guess my preference would probably be leave the meter enforcement the same. I would be supportive of the increase for odd even, whether in part or in full.
Okay. Commissioner Kilgore?
I'm really a no on both.
Okay. Commissioner Yasasi?
Just thinking about a process piece that city manager brought up. When does the next mobile GR commission meet? You had asked that question if they had reviewed this, and then we have this feedback from this body. I think there were a lot of good points that were made, colleagues. At some point, we made that change to the downtown increase. It was like $30 instead. So, I started, you have that, and you kind of know that a little bit, because I think, so
I think we've
I'm supportive of, yes, go ahead, Ms.
They meet on the first Thursday of June. They meet on the first Thursday, so June is the next.
So after the budget, unfortunately. Okay, so you're supportive of the increase as proposed?
I'm supportive of, I think to city manager's point, I think there is, one, I think it's hard for me to answer a question when I don't know how many odd even violations there are. So let's look at what that is. Like, how big of an issue is that? I think when it happens to you, it feels like a big issue. I would say people on my street are always doing it. I don't call on them. But so I.
For the record.
For the record. The 1300 Baco Columbia, I don't call on you. I do think there's like behavioral economics of like model the behavior that you want, which you'll probably get, I think other colleagues have said that, you get better outcomes. So one, if we can understand what is that totality, I think we need that to make a decision. But I also think everything doesn't have to be the same, and there were dynamics of why we initially did that in downtown, so I don't know why that's changed now, unless that was a planned discussion at Mobile GR. So those are my thoughts.
Jessica, you look like you jumped up because you had some data for us.
I do. I have a couple of things. So thanks for all your questions, and these are really, really helpful. So to clarify, the Mobile GR Commission has spoke in the past about rate increases and fee increases and things like that. These two specific things were not brought to their attention for their recommendations or advice, because these are generally, for all the reasons that we've been talking about, things that they support. But I don't have like an in-hand letter on these specific, and that's why I say no, I did not have that. So with odd even parking, let's just talk about a snapshot in time. In calendar year 2024, I had 845 complaints, and that ended up in an issuing of 3,532 tickets. So it's about 4 tickets a complaint. So what happens is we get a complaint, and then we go out and there's multiple violations, and you issue tickets for each. Since 2022 is when Mobile GR took over enforcement of odd even parking. We do have a complaint-based protocol where someone calls. A lot of times it's our friends over at Public Works who are like, we're trying to sweep this street, or we're trying to plow the street. Remember, those are the two different things that we're doing with odd even sweeping and plowing. And they are, asking us to come out and ticket vehicles for removal. And that's the legal process to be able to get cars out of the way. So what happened in 2022, we issued over 12,000 violations. Today, as I just told you, it's less than 4,000. So compliance based on this complaint-based system with a little bit of a fee on your ticket is working. What we're suggesting is just a little bit of an increase. I could not find historically the last time we increased this fee. I did find, this one I did. This one was 2010, excuse me. I couldn't find the last time we increased the fee for the non-central meter infraction, the ones in the neighborhood business districts. But for the odd even, it was 2010, and I went back and found that. And the couple of years prior to that, so in fiscal year 2008, it was $12. 2009 fiscal year, we increased to $15, and then in 2010, it increased to $20, and that's where it's been sitting for the last 15 years. The complaints will result in quite a few tickets. We are seeing compliance go up because our tickets issued are coming down. We do have, we work to be equitable and to, with our proactive enforcement in the downtown areas. I know that there's a lot of concern around, is this complaint-based system fair? And that, again, is a policy decision, but we are not currently staffed to respond in a proactive way, but we do quite a bit of engagement, outreach, and education. And one of the things we do is one of the things the mayor suggested is those warning tickets. From time to time we do that, and that could be something that we do. There is a cost to that, obviously the labor, but also the cost of paper is going up, if you all didn't know, and we put little paper warning tickets in there and do that from time to time.
Let's not use Canadian paper for that.
Oh, my goodness.
Let's keep American tickets great.
I believe that was the thing. So when you do increase ticket fees, the three things you're looking at is obviously compliance. It's that inflation adjustment to the CPI, and then also some things do offset some administrative costs. Audit even ticket fees do come back to the parking fund, unlike many parking infraction fees. This is the one thing that does come back to us. And when I look back at the years past, as the violations are going down, of course, the revenue is going down, because the goal here is compliance. The goal is not, some sort of, it's always compliance. So we've gone from the revenue in 2022 out of odd even was $245,000 down to this fiscal year 24. I've got a little bit over it. 82,000. So we're really decreasing in the revenue, which is excellent, because that just means that we're getting compliance.
Yep.
But it does continue to cost to go out and issue tickets for those.
Yep, great summary. So Commissioner Sassi, you want to continue?
So I think this is where, again, thank you for the expertise of when we're trying to make some of these decisions, is there's layered pieces of this. There is sometimes where we're trying to conduct our city service work and we're getting a call from a body who had a planned activity. Then if we don't do that activity, somebody's probably going to be mad about that too. So I don't want to complicate this, but is there an opportunity? What I'm hearing is we want some of that, hey, engage in this positive behavior. So on items that are not city services scheduled, but simply like a call, somebody's frustrated about somebody consistently doing this, could we break it out that way and say, if it's impeding upon a city service that was planned, you will get this, and I don't know if you all would support the increase that Ms. Smith is, not just you individually, the city is presenting, and then we can capture all those associated reasons of why the proposal to increase, which was, I think is well thought out. And then if it's not impeding on a city service, could we say you're going to get a first time notification? But that's like, you don't get like a new notification of like you've violated this every year. It's like a one-time thing. I don't know. I'll just throw that out there as an option. Yep. Thanks.
Great. So I think we've had a good discussion here, and so now we're doing the moving on part. So moving right along, I think Commissioner Belcheck, you asked.
Actually, Mayor, we didn't. So we did this side, but I don't think we did that side of you split.
Oh, right. The getting people's feedback. I'm sorry. So we were at Commissioner Perdue. So take it away.
Yeah, I think I remain that I would rather not that we increase these fees.
I think that the $20 fee for odd even parking is reasonable at this time, and I would not be super supportive of increasing that. I do think, I would like to see what are those administrative costs that were just mentioned for the enforcement and the communication work that's being done around that before I lean too heavily. But generally speaking, I think that $20 is still punitive enough. I would like to know more about the other metered stuff, but generally speaking, I don't use it a ton, so I don't know. But I have been using it more lately now that I'm driving around. So I guess I would like to dig a little deeper into that before weighing in finally. But I do think that generally raising costs, unless there's an administrative cost that we're trying to recoup, there is a perception already out there in our community that, oh, the city just makes money off of parking fees. So just want to navigate that with some thoughtfulness.
Thanks, Mayor. This is helpful. I'll visit with Commissioner Knight off dais and then get with the staff on what our proposal would be.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner Kilgore, for keeping me on process. So now I think we're back to Commissioner Belcheck on other items.
I guess moving forward to like the mobility blueprints that we have and the idea that we are working towards equitable economic development with our mobility. I'm curious to know what are we going to do, or what plans in this budget are supporting that specifically? And if you could just back up for 1 second in the process of that and share what it means to be a Vision Zero community.
I'm phoning a friend on this one.
Thank you, Commissioner Belcheck. The Vision Zero program is a concept that was developed some years back, and it's this driving to Vision Zero. It's zero deaths on your streets. So that is what Vision Zero looks at. It's a safety related planning and educational campaign effort.
And if you could just speak, and because I'm on Mobile GR, there's exciting news about like expansion of the Dash. So if you could, because the Dash is free, right? The Dash went to 7 days. Maybe not everybody knows that.
Oh, I was like, not one right now. We had an expansion of the Dash the first part of 2024, and so all of 2024 we went to a 7-day-a-week schedule, and that's what the mayor was talking about.
And just to be clear, it's free to the public, but there was a cost to.
Yeah, the Dash costs us about $3 million a year to operate at a 15-minute headway. Our friends at DGR help us out with some cost sharing with that, and your cost here from the city, I believe, it's a little over $1 million, 1.3, something like that. I'm pulling that right off my head, but
Yeah, I don't have it here. I didn't.
So just for the public, could you explain how we operate the Dash versus the Rapid?
So we do what is called a contracted service with the Rapid, and this is similar to like the Laker line with GVSU. We pay the Rapid a amount of money, and we have a contract with them to operate our buses. We own the buses, they provide the bus drivers, and they drive the route that we've worked together
For the Dash line?
Yep, for the Dash line.
So, but we do not, as a city, operate the Rapid?
No, you're correct.
Which is a confusion out there. So how, I'm looking at this, that just as we move forward, it may not be a budget issue, maybe more of a policy issue and a planning issue, but how to integrate better, maybe expanding not just how often the Dash is running, but where it's running, or being able to, what mechanisms do we have to actually make different changes, plans, improvements in how the Rapid runs, since I know we're not directly in charge of that. So that's kind of a to be discontinued conversation. That's all I had for right now.
Thank you. And I'm getting nervousness from city managers. So Commissioner Perdue, you had something else you wanted to.
Just really quick, are the projects already determined for the transit stop improvements, and both on slides 12 and 14? Are those specific projects already decided?
Yeah, so the transit stop improvements that are going to construction this year, they are already selected and put, and they're all over the city. We partnered with the Rapid to work on those transit improvements.
And same thing for the pedestrian safety focus, 14?
Correct.
Those are
Yes.
decided? Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner Robbins.
Yeah, super quick, and I don't need answers on these immediately. One is a question, one's a thought. On the Dash, I know in past years we've discussed, after kind of getting proof of concept with the Dash being a free service as we continue to scale it, in terms of making it financially feasible long-term to scale, we've tossed around the idea, I know Commissioner O'Connor specifically, about adding like a $1 nominal fee, which I know doesn't seem like a lot, but I remember when I used to serve on the Community Development Committee, there was a $1 fee for using city pools, and I think Commissioner Knight had asked, well, if it's only $1, what's the point of having it? And the director director of parks came and said, well, that $1 actually funds like 100 lifeguard positions. So I think that's something that could be a conversation longer term too. I'm a huge fan of the Dash. I would love to see it expanded, but there's still a financial implication of us subsidizing in whole, and I think that could be something that would make it would broaden the horizons on it even more. Second, my thought, you mentioned increasing city parking resources additionally, or what conversations we could have around that. So just a thought to plant, like maybe how we could use city parking as a way to increase housing, like if that could be used as an incentive in certain parts of the city along certain busier streets or certain neighborhoods. I think that could be potentially a good carrot to incentivize some development. So just a thought.
Yep, great. Okay, moving on. Oh,
Yep, so thank you.
Commissioner Kilgore had one more thought.
Yeah, one quick question while Ms. Smith is there, because you noted something that I've been thinking about here. Just for the public, can you talk about with tickets the split of what goes to parking and then what goes to general fund? Of like, okay, there's this price and then just where that money goes.
Go right ahead.
I was just going to say that's a much better question for
Yeah.
your deputy CFO.
Thank you.
You're correct. There's a
split there, right?
We can follow up on the allocation of revenue from parking operations. Mr. Sadin can come back later towards the end with that answer. Mayor, what I will do now, since we spent our first hour primarily on mobility, if we could, what I would ask if the Vital Streets Oversight Commission can come up and do the overview, and the Stormwater Oversight Commission immediately after the conclusion on that, we'll get through these two sections and then ask questions. I've seen the presentation. We should be able to get to this fairly smoothly.
Great, sounds good.
All right, just want to introduce Cindy Irving, who is our Deputy City Engineer, and then Tim Roseboom from the Vital Streets Oversight Commission. Forward. Yes. Yep, there we go. We'll let you start.
All right. Well, good morning, members of the commission. As Kate said, my name is Tim Roseboom. I'm with the Rapid, also known as the Interurban Transit Partnership, but we're the regional transit authority here in Grand Rapids, serving the core city as well as the 5 surrounding cities. I'm also a Third Ward resident, and I am the vice chair of the Vital Streets Oversight Commission. So with me is Cindy Irving. She's the assistant city engineer. She's responsible for planning and design, and her position is also responsible for program management of the Vital Streets program. So Vital Streets, just by way of background, is funded by 0.2% of the income tax that was passed by a referendum in 2014. And ahead of that referendum, this body, the City Commission, adopted guidelines, and the Vital Streets Oversight Commission was stood up after that referendum. And I'm here today to tell you that the city and the program is in compliance with those guidelines. Just real quick on the guidelines, I think one slide. Okay, real quick on the guidelines. They do prioritize sort of balancing investment between the wards. They apply asset management principles. They actually created there's a sidewalk program that the city took over from private property owners. So on this slide, you'll see the goals and objectives of the Vital Streets program. There was a plan that was also done early on in the process that talked about defining street typologies. You see them, I won't read them, but you'll see them on the slide. And then I had mentioned the Vital Streets guidelines as well. So that guides the investment programs. At the bottom of the slide, you'll see actually a couple of examples of the type of work that the program funds. I think the slide says roundabouts. I think in the U.S. you probably know these more as traffic circles. The larger traffic circle on the bottom of the slide is what you'd find on a major arterial street like Fuller or Michigan. And the idea there is to replace a traffic signal. It's a safer operation. It does, require the users to slow down. It eliminates the sort of left turn conflicts that are responsible for a lot of collisions. And then on the right side of the slide, you'll see what's more common on a neighborhood street. The idea there is traffic calming, just to, in general, slow down traffic and make the street, more comfortable for sort of all the users. And then moving on, this slide tells us the Vital Streets investment factors. So it's the Vital Streets, again, I had mentioned, is looking at asset management principles. It also looks at neighborhoods of focus. It's guided by the Vital Streets Investment Plan that identifies those street typologies. It also looks to private sector opportunities for investment, leverages a ton of other, grant and funding programs. And then, as I'd mentioned, it applies asset management principles. There's a whole rating system that I think Cindy's going to take you through. And I think the rest of the presentation is just the actual plan for the year, what's going to get funded and what funding levels are recommended. All right.
Thank you. So just to orient everyone, what we're going to present is a summary of the more broken out budget that's in your budget books. So a lot of what you're going to see can be found on page 246 in the budget book or page 254 in the PDF when we're talking about specific 2026 investment. And then there's also a longer presentation that lists several streets that is on page 252 to 258 in the budget book when we're talking about projects, and the PDF that's 260 to 266, just in case you are looking or you have notes from previous moments that you'll be in step with where we're at. So this slide is very busy, I know, but I wanted to take you through just generally our asset management principles. So we work with Grand Valley Metro Council. They work with the Transportation Asset Management Committee at the state level. They go out and do PACER ratings on all of our federal aid urban streets. Those are our major streets. We cost share with them, and we pay for them to also do this rating on all of our local streets. So different communities make different choices. We've chosen to evaluate all of our streets. The PACER rating is the Pavement Surface Evaluation rating, and it's a 1 to 10 rating. 8, 9, and 10 is good. Typically, we're not doing work on those streets. 5, 6, 7 is fair, and that's just general maintenance, crack sealing, things to extend the life. A lot of our projects are on streets once they hit poor, that PACER 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then if you look at the graphic, that is, we call that major reconstruction. That was from our Sustainable Streets platform. That was kind of our little mascot there. But the concept being, as you're following that degradation curve, every asset degrades. If you catch that asset at a certain point, you can use a lower dollar amount to restore it to good condition. If we let it go completely to failure, then we're usually in a reconstruction situation and it gets more expensive to fix the street. So that's just the concept behind how we invest. When you look at the budget, there's 3 types of investment that you'll see. There is reconstruction. This is often paired with our utility partners where water or sewer is doing a major project, and we are going to reconstruct the entire street. That will be designed by a consultant. The right-of-way will be surveyed, and it's our best opportunity to rethink the design of a street and what goes into that right-of-way. We also have rehabilitation, which is about a 3-inch mill and resurface, so we're often taking off a top course and a leveling course, adding more asphalt. But that also gives us an opportunity to kind of rethink design. And then finally, we have preventative maintenance, and that's for projects that are a PACER 3 and 4. It's about 1.5 inches of rotomilling, so we cut off the top layer of asphalt and we replace that. That is the majority of our roads. We're very fortunate. We have roads that were built well, that have good bases and sub-bases, and especially local roads with lower traffic volumes and lighter vehicles. We're able to restore them using preventative maintenance and 1.5 inch mill and resurface. When we do that, we also invest in the other assets in that right-of-way. So we make sure that any sidewalk squares that are not in compliance or damaged are repaired. We make sure curb cuts and ADA ramps are brought up to grade. We also look at our stormwater and our gutter pans and our catch basins to make sure we're getting water off the road for everyone's safety. So just kind of that big picture. And then our final group, when we hit a PACER 1 and 2, a road is in very poor condition, and we've partnered with our Public Works Department, and they've been very successful in going in and overlaying those streets with asphalt and stabilizing them to help prolong their life until we can get around to a more substantial investment. So when we look at our Vital Streets Asset Management Plan, and this is FY26, and we're going to present these numbers in other areas, but what I want to draw everyone's attention to is when we're looking at our 77 projects, 55 of those are on local roads, and almost all of them are preventative maintenance or rehabilitation. So we're not fully reconstructing the road, we're not reconfiguring the entire right-of-way cross-section. Our major non-FAUs is our smallest group of roads, and those are identified as major roads, but because of how roads were categorized back in the 1950s, they are not considered a federal aid urban street, but they are major streets. But it's a small group in our classifications. And then finally, our federal aid urban streets are the ones where we can qualify for grants through MDOT. They're also our major streets. We have about 15 of those that are preventative maintenance, and then we have 6 that are reconstruction. So in a year like this year, where we're in 26, where we're doing 77 projects, we're probably actually designing about 10, and then the other ones we're doing field engineering. We're going out, surveying, staking, and making adjustments in the field. So let's talk where we were and where we are. So a couple clarities. Everyone understands our budget year is July to June. When we report our metrics, our construction season is March to November. So we report our outcomes based on the calendar year. So in 2013, our streets had reached a level of 60% poor. Without investment, it was projected they would reach 87% poor. Our current state at the end of calendar year 2024, our roads are at 61% good and fair. You can see the bar graph below shows that our investment is 25 to 30 million fairly consistently. We do have a pretty big spike in 25 as we're catching up on some major projects. And you can also see the red line is showing our percent good and fair. So if we look at our street results, from 2015 till 2025, we're currently at 61% good and fair. We've done 2,149 projects. We have worked on 648 centerline miles of streets, and we've invested almost $220 million in Vital Streets dollars. In FY 2026, we're planning 77 projects on 34 centerline miles of streets with $29.7 million in Vital Streets dollars. And then in the graph below, the percent good and fair, you can kind of see visually that we are slowly working away at these statistics. Our number of streets in poor condition are decreasing, and we've reached our highest level of streets in good condition that we've seen over the program at 30%. So when we look at where the dollars come from for Vital Streets in our sources and uses, you can see the red portion of the pie graph is the income tax support, and that is the largest contribution to Vital Streets. Above that, it says Act 51 revenues at $3.4 million. That was a commitment that the city made to Vital Streets that the first $3.4 million of Act 51 dollars that came to the city would support Vital Streets. If you look around to the orange section of the pie, the $8 million in state investment, that also reflects Act 51 dollars. These Act 51 dollars also support public works. They pay for our snow plowing, our maintenance of our roads. So that comes from a shared investment between different departments, and $8 million of the additional Act 51 dollars is projected to come into Vital Streets in 2026. We also have cash available. We often hold cash in contingency for larger projects, and that's also monies to complete projects that are ongoing. We also have $850,000 in general operating support. We're expecting about $4.4 million in grants. We have a small amount coming in from our sidewalks division to pay off our bond that we issued right after the income tax increase was approved, but of course the revenue didn't come in immediately, and we wanted to get started on street repairs, so we did go out and bond to get additional funding. Let me go to uses. How do we use these dollars? The bottom 2/3 of the graph shows the investment in the local streets, the major non-federal aid urban streets, and the federal aid urban streets. So you can see 11 million, almost 12 million in local streets, about 17 million in our FAU streets, and about $700,000 in our major non-FAU streets. There are other things that Vital Streets invests in. So you can see that we show our grants here, and the reason that is those are not guaranteed until they're obligated with MDOT. So just in case there's ever an issue with funding, we want to make sure we're accounting for that. We support our right-of-way and our green infrastructure through Public Works. We keep dollars in contingency in case all of the state Act 51 dollars do not come through. We transfer about $3 million to our sidewalk fund. We'll talk about sidewalk investment at a later point. We are making our last bond payment of $2.1 million to pay off that initial bond that we pulled in 2014. And then we also transfer money to traffic safety and signals, and we invest in our bridges for maintenance. So when we talk about what else we invest in, I think it helps to see some examples. So this was State Street from Lafayette to Madison. It was completed in fiscal year 2025, calendar year 2024, right? And you can see on this, we were able to restore the brick street, right? Make improvements to the sidewalk, stripe out a bike lane, put pervious bricks in to manage stormwater underneath our parking area. We were also able to add some bulb outs to shorten the crossing distance for pedestrians. Cesar Chavez from Clyde Park to Hall, the reconstruction. You can see in this slide, we were able to narrow the street to help with traffic calming. You can also see, especially if you look at the sidewalk, you can see where we used to have a sidewalk that was right up against the curb, which doesn't feel comfortable for pedestrians. And you can see where we were able to widen the sidewalk and also add a parkway. So now people traveling on that sidewalk are separated and safe from the traffic. And also it's just a more enjoyable experience. This project also included several utility projects. Water was a very big partner to upgrade water main along this area and invest in this community. Now we have Hall Street from Madison to Eastern. So this is an example of a street that was designed, but for the most part was a rotomill. We had a portion where we put in water main and repaired the trench, and then the rest we were able to just restore the asphalt. You can also see when you look at the sidewalk on the right, you can see different colors of sidewalk, and that shows where we systematically would go through and mark any squares that were an issue and replace them. And we do this to try to maintain assets that are in good working order and be good stewards of our investment and still bring things up to standards. We talked about green infrastructure. So often when we talk about green infrastructure investment, I'll show you a picture of a rain garden or a bioswale. But I wanted to share this year, we actually installed 89 infiltration basins. So everyone sees manhole covers and they see, they think catch basins or sewers, but also often we will have infiltration basins where the stormwater will come in and be able to infiltrate, and then we can retain and treat our stormwater in place and help reduce or slow down what makes it to the river to help mitigate some of our flooding concerns. We also had a net increase of 507 trees, so we plant trees on our projects, both through design by the contractor, and then we also partner with our forestry department through parks, and they'll come in behind our rotomill projects and pick the right tree for the right location and add trees to our local streets. There's additional stormwater statistics. Dan Tabor, the Stormwater Oversight Commission, will go through those. He does a better job than I do, so I will let him explain the acreage. With our engagement, we hosted 21 community meetings. We attended 20 meetings with businesses, residents, and organizations. We sent more than 40,000 mailers. We responded to more than 315 service call message requests from 311, and we also provide Spanish translation. So in our Vital Streets Design Guidelines, it outlines a matrix of level of engagement and when we should engage on projects. We try to work with the community and hear their input to help improve and refine our designs. With our bicycle investment, when we look at what was completed in calendar year 2024, Vital Streets recently updated their metrics. When we first started, there were about 2 miles of bike lanes. I know now there's over 100 miles of bike lanes. And what we realized was we were going back and improving some bike lanes that had been maybe striped out and painted as an opportunity originally. But once we came back to the street, we were able to upgrade them. So there were improvements on Monroe, both along Riverside Park to add some delineators as well as some concrete barriers to protect bikes and keep cars in their appropriate location. And then we also were able to add new bicycle lanes about 2.1 miles on several streets. Our sidewalk fund. So we're transferring about $3 million into our sidewalk fund. We started 2 years ago with strategically investing in one ward at a time. We were able to let larger contracts, we were able to increase our output of work significantly by concentrating our projects in one area, so there was less mobilization, less moving for the contractor. So we started in Ward 3, last year we did Ward 1, and in 2026 we'll be doing Ward 2. And you can see the green squares are showing the areas of the 3 contracts that we've been working on over the last 3 years to increase sidewalks. The part that I always find interesting is you'll notice that the green square in the 3rd ward is smaller than the 2nd and the 1st ward. Part of that has to do with when these areas of the city were built and the density and the existence of existing sidewalks. So just as significantly larger numbers of sidewalks within the 3rd ward. Our next. And then just a quick snapshot of investment by ward, just visually to kind of show you different areas where we're investing. So this is Ward 1, we have Ward 2, and Ward 3. So these projects are listed in the budget book. We have the individual names of the streets, but I think visually it kind of helps people understand how we're looking at balance and distribution, how we're going through different wards, how we're also looking at balance and distribution between neighborhoods and precincts, because we want everyone in the city to benefit from this program. So when we talk about investment by ward, and this will be my final slide, when we look at 2016 through 2025, you can see that we had invested about $77 million in Ward 2, $75 million in Ward 3, and $71 million in Ward 1. As you can imagine, with some large projects, we can't stay in exact balance year by year. So in 2026, we help realign. We have a larger investment in Ward 1 at $11 million, Ward 3 at $9 million, and Ward 2 at $8.5 million. So, and then through all 30 years, what's programmed out now through 2030, we arrive at about $119 million invested in each ward. Thank you.
Okay, we'll continue with the next section. Mr. Matthews.
Okay, Commissioners, we were going to give the stormwater oversight after we gave water and wastewater, but I don't know if we need to. Are we doing all of health and environment, or are we just doing stormwater?
Do we have citizens with stormwater?
Oversight, the commissioner wasn't available today, so it's just me.
Okay, then we can proceed with our normal.
With health and environment?
Yeah, I thought we had citizens here waiting.
Got it. Okay. Okay, so we'll move on to the health and environment priority. As the manager introduced during the budget, I wanted to go over a few of the items that we have that are focused specifically on some of your priorities in terms of health and environment. The first one here being climate action, greenhouse gas reduction. You'll see some of the investments that we have planned here. Many of these are continuations, so the purchase of RECs is something that is in the budget. It's something that we started a year ago. It's something that we plan to continue through calendar year 27, at which time we'll be entering into a new contract with Consumers Energy that will keep us on 100% municipal renewable energy, but will ensure that our purchase will be used to finance solar projects in and around Michigan. Some of these others have to do with our continuation in planning. You see the stormwater asset management here. You see the work that we're doing in terms of updating our GIS systems with water and wastewater. Food waste diversion, continuing some work that we're doing on air quality monitoring. That's largely in the 3rd Ward at this point. We want to continue to work on focusing on the neighborhoods of focus. That's actually an item that is in the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. Replacement of vehicles with alternative fuel and low emissions vehicles is something else that you'll see in this list.
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Matthews.
Yes, sir.
City Manager, will we be able to ask Vital Streets any questions, or are we going to combine that after? Okay.
After this section. Yeah,
Cool,
that's
thank you.
As long as our Vice Chair going to be, how much longer will our Vice Chair be here? Okay, he's okay, thank you.
Talking about the cap, as we discussed prior to the public hearing and at the public hearing, just wanted to reinforce the cap is based on the shared responsibilities and contributions that the city can make, but also that residents, community organizations, and the business community can make to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. That public hearing was held on April 29th. We've been talking about how best to continue that discussion with you all. Last night, I sent you all the action matrix that you all had requested that outlines more specifically what's a policy, what's a program, what's an activity, what requires funding, what are the things we feel like are easily implementable, as well as what are some of the things that are already in progress, things that the team has already started to move forward on. What we were hoping is that you could take that list and provide us with the 20 things that you felt like were most important off of that list so that we could consolidate that, have a final discussion, and hopefully adopt the cap with a list of the things that we want to prioritize and focus on in FY26 at the July meeting. And I believe at the end of this presentation, we'll have an opportunity to discuss that a little bit more, make sure that we're on target with that. But did want to let you know that we're thinking about how can we refine this in a way to your feedback that is focused and implementable in the short term as we maintain a focus on the long term. A couple of the priorities that we have in health and environment, of course, we've had a lot of conversations about Butterworth landfill, particularly solar on the Butterworth landfill. Just to remind you all, we've got about 190 acres on that site. Right now, the only piece that makes sense for the city is to build solar that the city can consume on its primary circuit. And that's because of the lack of real meaningful community solar legislation at the statewide level. It's something that I believe we have on our legislative agenda, something we want to continue to pursue. But that 1.5 to 2 megawatts of solar is only going to take about 15 acres of a 190-acre site. So we still have opportunities, not just for solar use, but for other uses that we may want to contemplate on that site. One of the things that we're looking at right now, we're working with ASM and the CAA on the possibility of using about 10 acres of that site for off-site parking for service industry workers, as well as overflow parking for some of the new facilities coming online. They would be responsible for shuttling. Over the winter, we put a little patch out there to see how it would weather on that site, and they're doing some additional coding and testing through the spring to see if it's a feasible thing before we advance any future conversations on that. As far as solar goes, we're looking at a summer release. We're at 30% design. We're going to release those designs with an RFP this summer to the pre-qualified vendors that we qualified last winter. The feedback that we got from those developers is that really this is the only way that this works is as a power purchase agreement. That actually works better for us as well, because then we're not taking on that asset and operating that asset over a 25, 30-year period of time, and it reduces our capital costs up front. Right now, we're finalizing a $3 million agreement. The state had awarded us some funding to be able to extend the primary circuit to that site. Once that agreement's in place, we're going to be able to begin work on that extension of the primary circuit. That was one of the big blockers that we had in the past on the site, was that we had $3 million of additional cost that was going to be put on the developer just to be able to connect the solar. And we've taken that off the table by working with the state. So looking at some of our parks and cemetery operations and our investments, you all are aware of the investment we've made, for instance, in MLK Roosevelt Park Lodge. Those are things that are going to be continuing in FY26. 2 years ago, we made a commitment to really focus on our tree trimming. That's something that's going to be continuing in the coming year. And then general investments when it comes to maintaining, increasing the level of the parks, the maintenance of our parks, and continuing some of the work that we're doing in engaging the community on the future of those spaces for the public. These are some of the key projects. I mentioned MLK. You also see Lincoln and Canal Park are two of the major investments that you're going to be seeing. You're already seeing major work on, and will continue through FY26. And then down at the bottom, you see how that breaks out, both by ward, and you'll see at the bottom there how that breaks out when we look at our neighborhoods of focus. So materials management is another area that we've had a lot of conversations about. You'll see some of the key investments there, including the continued, the supported support for neighborhood cleanups, as well as the investment that we have in composting at Domtar, and the enhanced corridor cleaning, which is something that we initiated 2 years ago. In terms of future-facing, but at the moment non-budgetary considerations, there's a couple of things there that I want us to keep in mind. One is continue our engagement and our analysis of options when it comes to single hauler. That's something we're going to be coming back in the fall and having a deeper conversation with you about as we prepare for the FY27 budget. But that also includes what are our sustainable options when it comes to compost, food waste, and those are things that we're having conversations with other partners as well as the county on, and how we can partner up, best use the facilities that we have, the proximity of those facilities in the most efficient manner, as opposed to where we've traditionally thought of our operations and their operations as running side by side, but not necessarily combining the assets that we have. That goes to the second point here, which is more broadly looking at what our waste diversion and our circularity goals are. Some of the conversations that we had just recently that included the county, also included the STEAM district, waste to energy, is thinking about the future of all of those facilities and how other innovations like biochar, treatment of our wastewater treatment residuals might factor into a more efficient and circular waste stream over the next 5, 10, 15 years. So when we look at wastewater operations, you'll see a fairly significant investment here in terms of maintenance, proactive maintenance on those assets. There's a major investment coming up that's related to the Factory Yards project. That's that sanitary stormwater separation project that you see there. And then continued work in terms of groundwater treatment, treating for PFAS. Interestingly, that's one of those areas where biochar could provide an additional benefit. So we're seeing a lot of connectivity in the systems that we're hoping to be able to leverage. Looking at the non-budgetary considerations there, we had a little bit of a rocky time about a year ago when we were thinking about how we were going to transition our renewable gas operations. We were able to bring on a broker. We've been successful in fairly seamlessly transitioning over to that broker to be able to sell both the gas and the renewable attributes of that gas on the market. We're working on securing some longer-term contracts there and feel like we've got some better stability in that program from where we were about a year ago. You'll see the revenue fiscal year for 25 is about $2.3 million. Year over year, we've been looking at anywhere between about $2.5 and $3 million a year, so we're looking good there. The other thing that came online last year was phosphorus recovery. That is another valuable product that comes out of the waste stream. As you may know, phosphorus is a non-renewable asset. Which means capturing that wherever it is that we can is really the only way to source it at this point. So doing that not only gives us another commodity, but it potentially gives us a commodity that we can leverage in the future when we talk about organics, biochar, and residuals treatment. And then the last one here, it's a big project we've been pursuing state and federal funding for, and that's updating our UV disinfection system at the wastewater treatment plant. We're estimating that's going to come in at about $9 million. That's something that we're continuing to seek ways to fund, but we're doing that design work now so that we're prepared. We'll look at the water system. We're continuing our work when it comes to the lead service lines and lead service line replacement. You'll see that investment here. And then some of the other investments that we're making in terms of lead mitigation, that includes the $500,000 that was set aside from participatory budgeting. And then some of the investments that we're making both in personnel and in terms of building the pipeline of the future pipeline for water workers. When we look at lead service line replacement, did want to share what our map looks like for the coming year. We are continuing to implement that participatory budgeting project. We've got about 250 kits that are distributed now, and we're continuing to pursue and expand how we can get that out into the community. This is a map of the targeted areas that we have for lead service line replacement in FY26. And you'll see on this last slide, we've got a goal of about 1,900. That we're hoping to hit in FY26 in terms of replacements. Of course, that is always influenced by the availability of contractors, timing, weather, and in many cases when we're working in older areas, some of the unexpected things that we might see when we open up the road. So at this time, I'm going to invite... Yep.
Mr. Smith, let's take a pause here since we don't have a community member and see what questions there are now over either Vital Streets or stormwater. So perhaps we can go back to Vital Streets and see if there are questions.
I have a few. Great. It was great to see you, Cindy. And last year I was giving part of this budget presentation to the City Commission, so it's funny to be on this side now. I'd just like to hear more information on protected bike lanes, and if we are thinking for now of any sort of in-between measures, such as the armadillos, the little bump-out things that are not a completely protected lane, but sort of gets people in the thinking and the action of having a barrier to a bike lane. I know that's something that community has organized in the past in large numbers about, and something that as we continue to want our city to be more connected and use different forms of transportation, we want to see more. So just would like to first hear more about protected bike lanes.
So I'm going to keep my answer fairly short because I think the other key partner here to share is Mobile GR, who works on our traffic calming and our traffic safety initiatives. They also manage our bicycle action plan, and they're close partners with us. So in projects that we have going on right now, we have certainly heard a feedback from the community that they want more opportunities in bike lanes that are behind the curb or have physical barriers between them and vehicles. So examples of projects going on this year would be 3 Mile Road from Monroe to Plainfield, which is an arterial and has neighborhoods on both sides, and we're looking to actually add a path on the north side for bikes and pedestrians. So it would be a shared path, but it's really viewed as a community residential family asset, right? And we want them to be able to safely get to the park, and more important, the ice cream store at Plainfield, right? That's very important. You got to get there. So we're definitely hearing that, and we're looking for opportunities. As I said earlier, one of our challenges is very few of our roads are fully redesigned with a new cross section. So there's only so much money to invest when we're in that situation. But some of the temporary measures that you're talking about, we're having active conversations with Mobile GR about.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? Commissioner Sassi.
Thank you for that question, Commissioner. That was my question from earlier. So, but I just wanted to say, Cindy, Ms. Irving, this presentation, I think was a great mix of technical understanding, but also the pictures. I think sometimes we hear about the projects and we know that the work got done, but man, that before and after, it's like when you get a makeover. And so I want to say thank you and encourage anybody who's watching to really take a look at these. These are our I think we're in this interesting point where there is a lot of unknowns at the federal and state level, but this community has rallied around numerous millages. This millage, senior millage, early childhood millage, our Evergreen Parks millage, and obviously there's a cost associated with that, but I think for people, again, when we look at the totality of what is the value of living inside our community and the precision, thank you to the entire commission. I know we also reworked that commission because it was in the early years, we needed more people, but things were just really, really well run. And so I'm sitting here like, this is the most fun I've had talking to an engineer in a minute. And no offense to you and Tim and anybody else, but no, it's like these pictures and then that detail, just kudos, a really excellent presentation. I feel like I don't have any questions because of that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I will just note that I am full of design and policy ideas, but that's not what we're here for. So I'd love to have a conversation with you later about how you're talking to the mobile GR people, how those planning decisions are going, and also aspirationally, it's great to have backward look, but it'd be also great since streets get planned over a scale of years, not days, and they have conceptual drawings. It'd be great if we could start looking at forward-looking projects because a lot of us up here are very engaged in this, and the last time I got a forward-looking project, I had two immediate feedback bits on it. It was I saw a drawing of the proposed street work to be done between Fulton and Michigan on Division, and there was an obvious mobility issue, and there was an obvious issue of how the transit connections intersected with the pedestrian access, and I don't want to cause collisions between people getting off a bus and people in a bike lane. So it'd be great if we could get forward-looking drawings as well as after pictures. But if we can move to a place where the commission gets a little earlier visioning into what's going on, that'd be great. So thanks.
Just to make sure we don't create an expectation that we can't meet. So typically the process there's a need, an assessment, and then you gave the pages where the list of the projects, intersections, and funding is found in the book. Getting to design on those, other than what is already is and replacing as is, being able to bring a proposed redesign with a budget without having known funding, engagement, or anything else, I think that would prove somewhat challenging. And correct me if I'm wrong.
When we present our budget, we're typically budgeting by the fiscal year we're going to do construction. And design is a smaller portion of the total cost of the project. So our fiscal year 26 projects started design at the beginning of 24. It takes about 18 months for us to fully get through a design, any property acquisition, permitting. So we do work on design. Roads that are being designed, we do have design meetings with the public. I would encourage everyone to engage with those opportunities to be able to be on the mailers and the distribution and attend those public meetings. So when we're designing and fully redesigning a road per the Vital Streets Design Guidelines, after the project comes to design team so that the technical experts make sure that what we're presenting is viable, after that we go out to the public and we share the intended design, receive their feedback, and then depending on that feedback, we reevaluate the design.
So then, Mayor, what, in terms of what you're asking, are you asking before we begin the actual effort to design with the public, having a preview with the commission before? But I'm not clear on what the ask is.
Well,
I guess the simple answer is I think we should talk about the more we can get visuals and that kind of stuff for initial responses from the commission. Community input's good, but like a lot of us are spending a lot of our time thinking about street design and how that works. And so I'd love to see conceptual stuff maybe earlier in the cycle. The other thing I'll say, and just generally, is that a lot of this is being framed as when we're doing a major reconstruction, we can do major stuff. Fair enough. But it's also true that if you're doing a rotomilling, you've got an opportunity to do things like the rubber bumpers for bike lanes, or when we think about like street calming and lane narrowing, those lane narrowing can happen with things other than ripping a street up. I'm thinking, for example, of Fuller Street by Michigan. I mean, it's 6 lanes wide. They're all 12-foot wide lanes. If you do the math on that and you narrow them all to 10-foot wide lanes, you have an opportunity for hard separated bike lanes on both sides of that street without repairing any potholes, doing any rotomilling, any major reconstruction. But it's certainly true that if you did the rotomilling, that might be a place to get more robust design conversations about multimodal transportation, other ways of getting around, and then also, even if we're doing a rotomilling, great time to talk about like, is there some way to cross Fuller Street mid traffic signal that might actually be achievable there? So I think if we can move into not thinking, we're only going to do stuff when we do major reconstruction, that's probably a place we want to shift to. So it's not a criticism, it's just a dream.
And I would share, when we rotomill, we do partner with traffic safety, and they will come in with striping. And often that's how we establish so many bike lanes so quickly, was by them restriping. The question that I was hearing was separation and separated bike facilities. And to the earlier point, we are working with Mobile GR. They are looking at those options and those alternatives and vetting what's viable here in Grand Rapids.
One last thing, Mayor. So we're at about 61% fair, good and fair as of September 2024. And then could you just remind myself and the public of when Vital Streets sunsets and when this will have to be brought back to the community, and if we are on track with the promises that folks voted on?
Thank you for that question. So our goal was 70% good and fair after the first 15 years, which would be June 30th of 2030. And our initial ask was for 30 years to bring our streets up to condition. And the public said, how about if we vote for 15 years and you prove yourselves to be good stewards, and then you come back to us? So yes, we will be organizing and getting ready to come back to the community and get their input and help focus the asset management plans in the next round of investment.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks. And I think, for the general public's sake, I think this is something where, rather than saying fix the bleep roads, we have to be in a mindset of maintain the bleep roads. Roads don't last forever. So if you've got a 30-year life cycle on a road, that means any given year, 3% of your roads are going to need reconstruction, which means you shouldn't be shocked if you're driving to Lansing and a couple miles of them need reconstruction. It's not as though once we're done with that, then we'll be done with construction. This is a state of being, and so we're never going to be done maintaining roads in Grand Rapids. So reconstruction is part of maintenance. So thanks. Commissioner Belcheck.
This is just a quick question. As we're budgeting in future years, how many miles of bike lanes do you think we have possible here or planned?
You know what? Let me get back to you on that. And I know we've been looking at the bicycle action plan, so we'll get back to you with an answer.
Okay, not seeing any other questions. I think we can move on to the next segment.
Okay, and I want to confirm no questions on the health and environment area. We highlighted the proposal on how to move forward with the cap on slide 41. So hearing none, we can move on to the next section.
Thank you. Thanks for this presentation as well. Mine, a little bit too, it's kind of outside of the budget, but I think is been some of the activity we've engaged in. So the last commission night out, we focused on construction projects and sort of what the impacts are. We know we need to make these investments, but they do have impacts to sort of everyday lives. And so just wondered in particular, we were at the, we had a groundbreaking for Canal Park last week. But just wondered what that communication was with like the business district and just an update on, I don't know enough about Lincoln Park and MLK, I feel like is in a different area, but with not as much of that business district, so just wanted to touch on that.
Yep. So we'll go into greater detail on our engagement efforts and the impact around corridors. I see Ms. Behrens has come up. But that certainly has been one of the things that we have tried to improve on is our notification engagement with residents and businesses. And that project specifically along Canal Park it wasn't a street project. It's a park project, so it's off in the park, but yet it had, I think, a unique impact, unlike other park projects on adjacent business owners. And so I think we certainly did hear from some of the businesses in that area. Some were not as interested in taking parking away from the park itself, which is a tension between our carbon reduction plans and certainly business modernization plans. But I think we have tried to reassure them that there's adequate on-street parking in other areas, and I see Ms. Behrens is there to offer any additional information.
Yeah, and Mr. Marquardt is here too. I think we are definitely continuously learning about our communications, how it's landing, how it can be improved. So I think with respect to Canal Park in particular, there's a lot of engagement, the same with streets projects over years. And also when we think it's like, yeah, we've been planning for this construction to start any minute and the fences are going up tomorrow and we know that, we don't necessarily lap back around to all of our partners and say, no, seriously, we've been talking about it for years. You guys know where the fences are going. You know but they're actually starting tomorrow. So that's one that we know and own that we weren't there the day before or the week before saying, no, the fences are going up now. But we are continually open to, that is really what we're learning, is that we need to be adaptable to a dialogue with the small businesses and businesses in particular that are impacted. So as we plan and engage and incorporate that feedback into the plans themselves, it's another thing when the construction is happening and the impacts are felt, and that what we're trying to do is build relationship with folks so they know who to call. Like, hey, I wasn't ready for that, and this is the impact I'm seeing. Now, we're not going to be able to solve all of it, but that is what we're trying to build, is that more interactive relationship. So people at least know who to call, and we can have a conversation and say, we might not be able to fix that, but how about this? Or we may not be able to fix that, and we hear what you're saying, and we're working as fast as we can. And that might be the best answer that we can give, but at least we're in communication. So that's one where, we're continually learning.
Okay, thanks for that. I know we had done some efforts a little bit more south when there was that construction near the Speakeasy where we identified some additional parking. I don't know if that is staying or if that was considered to be temporary. I know that park has had a lot of activations, particularly with a couple of the businesses and a couple of different, so I think it's that reminder, it's like, it's parks, and it might, it's also probably special events and what are things that are going on. And so, I appreciate it. I think this one has been, 4 years in the making. So I appreciate those additional efforts on kind of what we did on the construction project. So just like, what are some things that we can emulate in this space? Because it's different but similar. Thank you.
Yeah, and I will say, this is, again, not directly in budget, but I do think one of my lists of things I would love to have this commission examine and departments really work on is, I think often, I think personally, I think right now, we cede a lot of agency to the private sector when they're doing construction projects, and we have a business, a model, which I don't see in other cities, and that is, in other cities, if there's construction, the contractor has to provide continuous pedestrian mobility past that site. Our default plan in Grand Rapids seems to be go plan traffic. So there will be a construction site, and we'll just simply, the sidewalk will just be closed, and it'll say, sidewalk closed, go to the other side of the street, which really presumes that the top priority is cars, and that people walking and people with mobility issues are just out of luck. And I think if we're working on a net zero vision, one of the things that really concerns me is having people who will do what I often do, which is, oh, it's only a few yards around that construction site. I'll just walk in the street for 10 or 20 yards here, which puts pedestrians in a really dangerous place. And other cities, I see hard concrete barriers out into the streets so that pedestrians continue to walk around construction sites. So I think that having continuity for pedestrians around private sector construction is something that we really ought to have a conversation around. It's nothing to do with the budget, but it does have to, I mean, we talk about, continuity around our parks because we did the park, but when somebody builds an apartment building and we let them eliminate sidewalk access for a year, that has a real community impact, and I think we can absolutely do better there, and it's a question of what we require the private sector to do when they're doing construction. But that's a whole other discussion, and it's not a budget issue. Just wanted to put it out there. It's on my wish list. Commissioner Perdue.
Thank you for this overview. A few follow-ups. One I want to say for the health and environment, just really appreciate the inclusion of those non-budgetary considerations. It's just good to present the totality of the effort and just delineating what requires additional resources and what doesn't. So just wanted to note that. We will be talking in the fall about the single hauler options. I know we had a brief discussion of it recently. So I just want to say, as you all prepare for that, I have some concerns and not fully on board with that recommendation as of yet. But I know it was a really high level overview, and you all will be bringing a lot more information and justification and costs this fall. But just wanted to say out loud that I'm not fully convinced that that's the best decision for us just yet. The last kind of question I have in this section is really related to the lead work, particularly the participatory budgeting funded distribution of home lead awareness kits. Mm-hmm. So we talked a little bit about this, and we talked about it with the neighborhood associations, particularly last year as the RFP was being finished for this item. So $500,000, I mean, that's a lot of investment for kits. I'm curious, how many kits do you anticipate to give out with the $500K? And if there is a balance, might that be diverted to additional lead awareness, lead abatement efforts? I'm thinking about all the partners who are working on that already, and what a problem it is, particularly for lead-based paint. And in the budget book, city manager kind of acknowledged, we're focusing on lead lines, and it's lead-based paint that presents the largest problem, particularly for children in our city. So we'd just love to learn more about that. That's a really large investment. Do you expect all of that to be spent on the kits? If so, how many kits? And the water filters? And if there is a balance, might we reallocate it to something related?
Well, I'll defer to Wayne on the status. I'm sorry, Mr. Jernberg. Acting Managing Director Jernberg. On the status of the project itself, I know that they scanned the third ward, made a determination on how many filters they would need to be able to satisfy those that might not be in the immediate line for lead service line replacement. And the $500,000 was split then the biggest portion of it was on the kits themselves, and then a contract with Healthy Homes Coalition to assist in the education and the distribution piece. But I'll let you give a detailed update on where we are,
Yeah.
and then we can come back and talk about if there are other options.
So the kits themselves, we partnered with Healthy Homes Coalition, and they did get a portion of that $500,000 for their work in the outreach, and then they're also going door to door. It's around 300 kits, I think, have been distributed so far in about 5 months thereabouts. But obviously, some of that being during the winter months and getting the word out on that. There's also work happening in coordination with the health department as well, trying to recognize residents in other wards too in terms of potential filtering options. At this point, we have bought a large chunk of the filters, okay, which, the portion of the $500,000 was used for. We have not purchased all of the filters at this point, and it's based off the time frame that we're planning to hand these out. This was not something that was planned to be a 6-month and done project. This is something that is going to be done over the period of 2 years, is what the plan was with Healthy Homes.
Okay. How many filters and kits are expected to be purchased?
So
over
when
the
we
life
did
of
our
2 years?
original estimate, it was 6,000, but as lead service lines are replaced, the number of those kits goes down. I want to say the last number that I remember, we were at about 5,500 lead service lines or properties that would be eligible for kits. And we anticipate, like I said, that's going down as we anticipate, almost 2,000 lead service lines to be replaced this year. A portion of those, at least a third of those are in the third ward.
You mean you're taking, kind of that estimate, you're removing the homes that will have the lead line? Okay.
Would, yeah.
Okay, and then the second part of my question, around the potential for reallocation if there's dollars left.
We'd have to take a step back and look at that. When we made the commitment because we wanted to be as true to the original sentiment from the vote as possible. If there is an opportunity, I would just encourage that we do it in a transparent way where the public understands what we're doing and why we're doing it. And then I'd have to work with Ms. Bohach to understand whatever it is that we might have left, what that investment and impact might be on other sources of lead contamination. So it's not impossible. We would just have to take a step back and kind of plan out what that might look like.
Thank you.
I should also note that these awareness kits do have information in them about lead paint and lead dust as well. That is something that we've partnered with the health department on to make sure that there is information in these kits, including the filters and other things.
Can you clarify again, how much is it per kit?
Oh, per kit? The filters themselves, I want to say, the pitcher filters and the replacement cartridge, I want to say estimate, $45 to $50 per kit, or per device that goes into the bag, and then the kit. There's other information there. I would say the kits themselves are probably like $60, I think, total, rounded up.
Right, so for almost 6,000 kits, there's not going to, you're getting close to at least the cost of it, about $400,000.
If we were to distribute every single property in the third ward, a pitcher filter, then we probably would easily use all of the money. But we went into this knowing that we probably would not be able to get to all of them, knowing that some people are just not responding or non-responsive to our requests.
Thank you. Commissioner Sassi?
Thank you. I think that's a good point you bring up, Commissioner Perdue, because if I remember correctly, help me with the timeline. We had the participatory budgeting, and then we also had Department of Health and Human Services reach out with a more robust City of Grand Rapids and other city water filtration kit program that, was that 2 years ago?
Yeah,
Assistant
it was
City?
about 2 years ago.
Yeah, because we did that at the county. And so, I think to this point, we did that participatory budgeting for a reason, but then we had this other funding come in that sort of did the same thing, but in more wards. And then I don't know if we can get any of that data about who that program impacted or that funding impacted. Then I think to your point, Commissioner Perdue, what is, people voted because they didn't see that, but then we had this other state resource. So how do we, I think we can communicate to people when things change, or I don't know. Because I remember at the time I was frustrated by that. I shouldn't say frustrated, but it was just like, gosh, like if we are always trying to do piece parts, where do we put this? So if we could get that information from DHS, that would be wonderful. And then could we say, this was the intention, we fulfilled, we feel like we fulfilled it. And then what are other resources that also exist with other organizations that are in community who might be doing work? So I'll just offer that as wisdom is burden sometimes, but I do remember that.
I should be able to get some of that information from
Okay.
the local health department and DHHS together. I should note also that the state, DHHS and the health department still have what they call the FilterNet program, which can assist. It's really county-wide is really what it boils down to, but particularly targets Grand Rapids because of the number of lead service lines that we have. That does exist still, and I believe sometime later this summer or into the fall, there's going to be another information push from DHHS on that program.
And the one difference between DHHS's program and ours is that DHHS is an income bracketed program. So there may be folks that may not be able to avail themselves of it based on income considerations.
And we have had, in some of the events that we've participated in with Healthy Homes, we've had the opportunity to deflect residents from the first and second wards that would show up at these events looking for a filter. We've deflected those to the health department. We've noted them, and they've been able to get resources through the health department for pitcher filters and filters as well. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. Commissioner Kogar?
Yeah, to echo what Commissioner Perdue said, I just would like to hear more on the single hauler, and what feedback we got, right? So later on in fall of 2026, I'd love to hear how that survey went and what community said, and then also if you could give more background on the conversations with partners like Vicinity and the STEAM district. I'd love to hear more on that and what opportunities we have.
Yeah, that's perhaps that's something that we bring back late summer, early fall, and we can talk about the big vision of what it is that we've been discussing with the county. I want to make sure that they're ready to talk about it as well, because I'd like to bring them into that.
Wonderful. Thank you.
But the STEAM district conversation, we will talk a little bit about that if that's one of the areas that's prioritized with the CAP, because that is listed as a recommendation, as I recall.
It is. The STEAM district and Waste to Energy run parallel. They're both operated by Vicinity, and there's actually some symbiosis there. So I'd want to make sure that we talk about it in its entirety when we get to that point.
Commissioner Belcheck.
Thank you for all of this information. The health and environment stuff is very diverse, so it's kind of a lot to digest. But I wanted to highlight something that could easily be missed, and that is the discussion around what is going on at the water filtration plant, and to emphasize that I'm really happy to see that we continue to invest in this area. This is a part of the infrastructure of the city that everyone would hate if we didn't have it right. And so getting those new disinfection processes up and running, investing in ways to recover materials, I think that's very innovative. I don't think people maybe in the public might understand that, so having more updates with that or a briefing down the road would be helpful, because we're actually generating dollars. I guess one question out of that would be, where does that $2.3 million in recovery from the biogas, but also whatever we're selling, we're 96 tons of styrolite phosphorus. That I had the opportunity to touch that recently when I toured the plant. So, it's a real product. Where does that money go?
It goes to pay back the bonds for building the facility. And
Very good.
It will be for some time.
It will be. But the point is, that might be an example where we have a cost neutral. We've invested, but then we've got
the investment. Yes, the investment was intended not necessarily to be cost neutral, but to be cost neutral in terms of building a long-term sustainable system. because what that allows us to do is generate revenue, but it also contributes towards the other downstream processes in a way that now we can examine those and talk about how do we dispose of residuals, for instance, when we know that at some point we're not going to be able to take those to the landfill. And if we're transporting hundreds of tons of that, that's not a small number, and that number is going to continue to go up. Clean residuals have market value. It's fertilizer if it's treated appropriately. So those are some of the conversations that we're having now, and I'd be excited to talk about kind of where we're hoping to steer things over the next couple of years.
The other thoughts I had here were back to the lead conversation a little bit. One, I love that we are moving forward with the vital streets, that we have a timeline, we have a goal to have the lead line replacement, but I would be curious to know more about where, in the early days of lead line replacement, where we only went up to the street and didn't go to the house, how many homes would we have to go back to do that? For instance, I know my area, my home is like that, where I guess it was like 08 or something, where the street was done, but not the service up to my house.
Right.
A couple blocks away, at my other house, it now has it all the way because it went from there. So there we go. We got somebody coming.
We have that information. Most of the old CSO areas going back through the 90s, if you go in, we do have the mapping tool out there. You'll be able to really see where the city side would be green on the mapping tool, showing that it's non-lead, and then the private side is red. Those are the areas that we typically try to target in the wintertime because we're not tearing up the streets. So currently we have 2 contracts that are finishing up from this past winter where they're doing private side only replacements, and then we anticipate bidding out. Actually, we're going to extend both of those contracts for at least another month and a half, or at least try to extend them. Not sure if the contractors are going to be up for it. We had conversations on this yesterday, but we're also looking at bidding out additional contracts then in the winter for next winter as well. And it's really because it's easier. It keeps the contractor, keeps our contractors working, even, that way we're not tearing up streets, tearing up things in the wintertime. So we're slowly but surely making progress on it. We do put aside, of the $11 million that Doug mentioned in the presentation, approximately $2.2 million are dedicated to private side only replacement, whether that's scheduled with contract work in advance of street overlays, okay, where it's the temporary paving that's done by our Public Works Department, or if it's associated with emergency leaks. That's where that $2+ million goes to. And on average, it's about $4,000, $4,500 a piece to do a private side replacement only.
Wow. Well, thank you for that. Be curious to see the links where we can go find that information for our own homes.
It's on our website. So
it's on the website, which is massive.
It's on the website.
Thank you. And then with the $2.35 million for lead hazard control projects and the housing rehabilitation, is that broken out in particular grants? Is there a certain number of homes expected? I was talking with a couple of nonprofit rehabilitation places, and they're saying they're spending upwards of $64,000, $65,000 in whole home lead rehabilitation, remediation. Thank you.
I was waiting to see
Ms.
if Ms.
Bohatch is coming.
Bohatch is coming to talk
Peripheral
about the
vision.
federal funding.
Yeah, so our lead hazard reduction program is something that we use sort of in combination with our housing rehab program. So in essence, we will do combined projects so that we can maximize the resources that are available. But you're correct, that work is very expensive, and we do about, with that particular program in combination with the community development block grant funds for housing rehab, from 45 to 50 a year. Which some of them are combined projects, some of them are not. But I could get you more specific detail. And then we also have a more limited program with resources from the state that we operate that is specifically, though, for cases with very high elevated blood lead levels in children that are directed by MDHHS to us.
Excellent, thank you. I'm glad to hear you're efficiently using those dollars, because if you do the math directly, it would only be 36 homes, so you're doing more than that, so thank you.
Okay, that brings us to our next category, I believe. We're going to talk about stormwater.
We'll if I could do just a little roadmap. No, please continue to come up. We'll cover stormwater and capital. If that takes us to, I think the lunch will be here around 12:05, 12:10.
So we'll take a 4-minute lunch break then.
Well, about 15 minutes. And then, since we do have all the public safety departments here, I do think at least to get a start on the conversation, we can always continue it next week. But since there's a lot of material, I think we would be good to take advantage of the time we have today.
Great. Take it away.
All right. Good morning. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, colleagues. Dan Tabor, Stormwater Manager here with the city. Also an engineer, so a tough act to follow after Miss Irving. So did a great job on green infrastructure. So I get to talk a little bit about Butterworth Street. So let's see my street design knowledge and a little flip-flop. Stormwater Oversight Commission. We have a slogan. We want to slow down our rainwater, spread it out, and soak it in. So that's really a guiding principle for stormwater management and green infrastructure here today. Just a quick high-level review of our Stormwater Oversight Commission. 9-member panel with various educational and professional experience from drain commissioners to engineers to Eagle. So really a diverse group of thoughts and individuals there. I do want to highlight, we have Miss Christine Bershey and Miss Katie Doyen of the Chamber of Commerce. They'll be leaving the board due to professional changes in their world, but looking forward to them and working with them in a different capacity. So I'll be back up to this board for different recommendations on members to fill this, but 9-member board that's very active, very engaged with the city here. Some high-level review of some policy and compliance items that we've been working on through this last year. We submitted for the renewal of our municipal separate storm sewer system permit, the MS4. That's our overall, I like to call it our stormwater Bible. This is our overarching permit that allows us to own and operate a storm sewer system here in the city of Grand Rapids. This is under permit with Eagle and the EPA, so it's a high-level document there. That was submitted in April, hoping for a decision or permit sometime this fall from Eagle, and hoping for a 5-year cycle with that. This last cycle was like a year and change, so it just led to some challenges there, but got it in, and looking for a longer-term permit with the state. The SOC board began evaluating existing level of service goals and maintenance metrics to see, we've been doing this now for over 10 years, seeing where we're at and see if some of the different metrics, excuse me, and policies need to be looked at. So that's ongoing work with the SOC. And then also more city related, but we successfully completed audits with Eagle regarding our soil erosion programs, both for us, the ability to complete construction work, complete our road projects, but then also permit private developments to make sure they're in compliance with state law and soil erosion requirements. So that was a good audit there and good working relationship with Eagle. Also part of the goal or the responsibility of the Oversight Commission is tracking our level of service C goals. We have various goals for inspecting gravity mains, like our storm sewer pipe, catch basins, culverts. So high level look there. Goals we did reach this cycle were with our gravity main inspections and our culvert work, or excuse me, our ditch work. But areas where we had challenges was really with our catch basins. We had some staff openings through the course of the year. Those large Vector trucks are a large piece of expensive equipment to run, so with changeover in staff and personnel, there's time for trainings and safety and just to get them up to speed there. So we're fully staffed, so those metrics will be better this coming year. And then same type of items with inspecting our gravity mains, catch basins, culverts. We're able to successfully complete our culvert work and our green infrastructure work, but we're a little low on our numbers with the gravity mains and catch basins there. So. And then this is our coordination work with our Vital Streets program, really just providing metrics for our stormwater management as it relates to our vital streets. We have two main goals here. We have a gallons infiltrated goal, and that's important because when every gallon of rainwater we infiltrate into the ground, it's becoming treated. It's less stress on our infrastructure. It's less stress on our streams and rivers. So it's not only a quality component, but it's a capacity component. So really trending well with our gallons infiltrated goals there. Really want to give credit to Ms. Irving and her team and really diving in and finding ways to implement this green infrastructure. It's not always easy. There's existing conditions to worry about, whether it's contamination, existing utilities, or even just poor soil types like clay. So really, they do a good job of finding unique ways to get the green infrastructure into these projects. So doing well on the infiltration portion. And then another key goal is acres treated. Basically, how much of this area of our city or these projects is making it into a green infrastructure type unit. So we have a goal of treating 921 acres. This is a cumulative goal, so it's a yearly progress goal. And we're able to treat 441 acres. So we're halfway there, and every year when we add more green infrastructure, more catch basins, we achieve this goal, or work towards this goal. A unique challenge, I guess, with the getting the area up and the acreages up is a good tool we use is the infiltration basins, but they can only drain a certain amount of area. So whether it's topography, drainage conditions, we can infiltrate a lot of water in a small area. So, but that's why you'll see in future capital projects, I'm proposing to include some larger regional size green infrastructure projects to help treat more area. Early on in the days, we had a innovative infiltrative project at Joe Taylor Park. We have a large-scale regional detention system up at Mary Waters Park on Leonard. So through our capital planning work and our asset management work, looking at various large-scale regional opportunities to try to help this goal. So that's later on, but a good tie-in there. And also part of our work with the SOC is really a public education and an engagement component to our work. We ran some salt billboards and salt messaging about how we can reduce salt in our personal use to help improve water quality in the area. We also, the ESD stormwater staff, very active in our youth career engagement, whether it's through the Grow 1000 programming or through the EPA work or the water work, really trying to be actively involved and get youth, teenagers, young adults interested in science, technology, environmental protection. So really active there. And a lot of that work includes hosting a booth at the Home and Garden Show every year downtown, engaging residents both from the city but also throughout King County and the region for 4 days, teaching them just environmental stewardship, good housekeeping, no fat oils and grease down the drain, things like that. And then in conjunction with that, really trying to have a larger presence on our social medias, catching good neighbors, cleaning out catch basins during a heavy rain event, encouraging them to adopt a drain, keep our drains clean and help our maintenance staff, and then really just going to schools, middle schools, talk about environmental outreach. So big component of our work there. So then moving on to some ongoing projects. This is an aerial footage of the work that's ongoing out at the Water Resource Recovery Facility, closing our fly ash lagoon. That's both a legacy project where we're cleaning up fly ash that was used in the 60s and 70s to incinerate and to dry out sludge in those former operations. So this fly ash had heavy metals, PFAS, so ongoing work to remove that site. We actually had over 695 truckloads of material hauled off that site and that we had to go to an EPA certified landfill in Detroit. So removing contaminated materials, but then also providing on-site stormwater management and treatment for the standard, I guess, runoff from the water resource recovery plant, like the roofs and roads. That's now going to go to this lined pond to be treated. So both legacy work and ongoing best practice management of stormwater on our sites. And then here's my road portion of the day. Talking about our Butterworth Street improvement from city limits to O'Brien. This has been a long systemic issue, honestly, with poor drainage conditions, poor sight lines, getting erosion issues from some of the mining operations in the area. So really a collaborative effort with engineering, local partners like the Kent County Parks, who has facilities and interest in the area, our mining operations, really trying to make improvements here. So this is an ongoing project. It's currently in heavy design, going through city checkpoint processes as we speak. And I really want to give a hat tip to Ms. Irving and her department for leading the charge, and also getting some congressional directed spending from Representative Hillary Skolton. So even bringing in some federal partners here. So heavy design action right now with construction this fall is the plan there. So really addressing a hot button issue there. And then some other highlighted capital projects I wanted to highlight. FY26 proposing work along Brandywine Creek, stabilizing a bank up near Blandford Nature Center. So not only restoring Brandywine Creek, but it's near some critical sanitary sewer infrastructure, so partnering with them. And then also partnering with Blandford for educational restoration opportunities to engage with community about green infrastructure and ecology. So nice work there. And then again, another partnership with our engineering department, improving Perkins sidewalk and drainage improvements up near Perkins and Lamberton Creek. So adding green infrastructure and stormwater work to protect our sidewalk assets, but then also adding some water quality and green infrastructure right adjacent to Lamberton Creek. And then large scale, like I mentioned, some FY29, FY30, after completing our capital management plan and asset management plan this year, looking for some larger scale green infrastructure opportunities and regional water quality projects to help bump up those goals on a more large scale effort. And then always looking for grant opportunities, or as Commissioner Knight would say, stormwater coupons. So we're still going after those. One I'm really excited about is having green infrastructure implementation in neighborhoods of focus. We applied for a $50,000 grant with Eagle through their water resources non-point source program, meaning like basically addressing pollution that just comes from, I'd say, the environment or community, not a direct factory, but just, oils and greases from cars or, fertilizer from lawns. So really trying to address those real local level type pollutants. So we submitted a grant for applying for green infrastructure near Dickinson Park and near Lincoln Park, both in neighborhoods of focus and 3rd and 1st Ward respectively. So really excited for that grant. Just applied for that in March, so we're waiting results on that. But that's the type of grant work and opportunities we're really trying to focus in on, state and local. But with that being said, we do have also another grant opportunity in with FEMA. I got confirmation that this is still an opportunity within FEMA that's still active and being reviewed, so that's positive news. But this was really seeking monies for a flood mitigation study along Indian Mill Creek, basically from west of Alpine up to the city limits. And just looking at ways not only to better address surface flooding and bank restoration in the area, but also how it impacts community. This was included a focus on climate resiliency, especially for residents. There's a portion of this area, flood zone, that is a neighborhood of focus. So just trying to bring in the human element of some of this flooding and climate resiliency action. So waiting to hear results still on that. We applied in December, but with all the ongoing things. Still active, but haven't heard yet. But still always looking for opportunities to help support stormwater in the general fund with these grant opportunities. With that being said, some horizon topics that are getting talked about in the stormwater world. Basically, any needs that are identified in the 2025 capital master planning and asset management planning work that's ongoing right now with the anticipated completion early fall. So that will provide, I guess, some updated framework and roadmap to work that needs to be done. From a policy level, preparing for potential salt management requirements and future stormwater permits. This would be the next cycle, so we're looking on a 3 to 5 year time frame out of addressing that, but that could be implementations for road salting, private property use, getting out to large scale retailers, your big box stores, and helping them manage their salt better. So that's a talking point. And then finally, really, like everyone else, adjusting to the new federal administration with changes in funding sources, grants, and environmental requirements. Luckily, our program's still been pretty steady there, but our nonprofits, the WEMEX of the world, the Elgros, they face significant challenges there. So a lot of the grant work I'm working on and our team is really trying to help them partner, see where we can bind and keep those resources available and helping, because it's been pretty dramatic changes in those worlds. So, and then finally, I just want to end on a high note here. The city was selected as a recipient of American Rivers 2025 River Champion Award. American Rivers is a national nonprofit environmental river advocacy group, and they selected the city for works past and present for all of our hard work and cleaning up the river and separating our sewers and really the forward-thinking policy work and green infrastructure work we do and removing the dams and all that high-quality, impactful work we do to protect our greatest asset, the Grand River there. So this was a nice national event in Washington, D.C. Mayor, you gave some nice comments and awards, and it was very well received. And this was a national convention, and it was very nice to hear how many people from California or Florida that knew of Grand Rapids and knew of the work we did. So that was it was invigorating and helps keep the faith and keep moving forward here. So.
And Mr. Tabor, how many other cities were recognized this
Three
year?
cities and really some congressional leadership, some nonprofits, and our partners at WEMEC were also specifically awarded. So it was an impactful event, an impactful award. So that's why I wanted to highlight it. So.
All right, thank you. So Mayor, we have that. We won't go into detail on the next session. You have the list of the capital overview. I covered that a little bit last week, but you have the detailed list of some of the top projects. I think that's also found in the budget book. So we'll pause here, see what questions you have, and then we'll get ready for our next section on public safety.
Great. I'm going to actually kick off. So one of the things that, internationally people talk about is uncovering waterways that have been covered historically. So I had two questions about that. One is that part of your dream list? It's not on do it next year, but then the second question is, in your modeling, you're you're modeling a lot of stuff, but obviously, there's ways in which that could actually count against your modeling on success of capturing stormwater potentially, if rainwater is going into a previously covered waterway and goes out without any mitigation or buffering or treatment of the water. So, if more motor oil winds up in that waterway, then that's sort of a negative. So there are negatives and positives to this, but if you could talk about any community discussion we're having around uncovering waterways.
Great question, Mayor. Thank you. In terms of the uncovering of waterways, we have a daylighting report. So we commissioned this actually in 2014, 15-ish, early days of SOC and Vital Streets, where we went through and selected sites through the city where daylighting could potentially be feasible. We were able to implement a large-scale project up at the Highlands Golf Course. So that's been the largest one. So that was a public-private partnership with Blandford, the Land Conservancy. So that's really what helped develop that relationship there, and that's why we're doing Brandywine work. So large-scale daylighting projects, yes, we have a framework for that. Myself and my team is very actively involved with the Silver Creek, Placer Creek, bike path daylighting opportunities, so very active in that, especially looking at Silver Creek for daylighting. So it is a topic of mind, and I think moving forward, having a refresh daylighting opportunities would be a priority of SOC, because we've been able to do Highlands and portions of Elger Ravine. So we've done some projects, and then I know personally some projects didn't come to fruition due to, I know there was a project potential on Walker near Bissell, but DTE gas main came in and used that space for infrastructure. So some of the opportunities identified didn't come to fruition, but in general, very much a proponent of daylighting, and an SOC refresh of different opportunities I think would be valuable. And then in terms of the discussion on potential detrimental items if we daylight, I would consider those cost of doing business, so to speak. I'm always going to be a proponent of daylighting. There's such huge environmental benefits with water quality and educational, and really people realizing what the infrastructure is we have around here. So if we get an occasional, someone made a mistake and dumped a like paint can down the drain type vibe, or a car accident that spills into the daylighted, we're prepared to respond to those type of incidents. So I wouldn't want those to be preventing any type of daylighting opportunity.
Right. We don't want to seal off the Grand River just because someone dropped a bulldozer in it a couple weeks ago, right?
That was an interesting Sunday phone call. So, yes, we do want to avoid the sky tracks and people being crazy on construction equipment diving into the river. So,
Yeah,
yes.
thanks. Any other questions, comments? Commissioner
Kind of in that same line, will we receive a briefing on the daylighting plan for Silver Creek?
I don't think we have anything planned in the next section unless Ms. Barron's.
Or not necessarily with the budget presentation, but in the coming months?
Oh, certainly. We could
Yeah.
certainly do something in the coming months. But I was speaking more specifically to our next briefing next week on economic prosperity and affordability.
Oh, okay. And then one more question. Typically, when we speak about some of our efforts related to serving our homeless population or the homeless outreach team, that's typically part of our health and safety conversations. But I noticed it wasn't in our health and safety. Would that be in the safety, or sorry,
Yeah,
it wasn't in health and environment. Would that be in the safety?
It'll be in the safety. The fire chief has a couple of slides teed up for that.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Okay. Thanks. Not seeing anyone else. Great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, what we'll do now, we'll transition to safety. I'll ask police chief, fire chief, and our court administrator to come forward. And we'll begin with the fire department, starting off the safety section. And the other two presenters, if you, we have 2 seats at the table that you can be on deck and share the mic, because I'm sure there'll be plenty of questions, and we'll just hold all the questions until all of the entire safety section is brief. Chief Winstrom and Eric, you can come to this table with a mic. I'm sorry, I alluded to, I mentioned the capital. That was already listed and included in the budget that I covered last week. We can always go back if there's more questions on that.
All right. I think it's still morning. Good morning, everyone. We'll get right into a safe community and start out with the fire department. So brief overview. You know what we do, but it's always nice to level set here. Very mission, vision, and values driven. You can see our values, top right. We hold those near and dear. ISO Class 1, only one in the state of Michigan. I'll be presenting on that at next Public Safety, but I'll give you a teaser. We're still a Class 1. We recently underwent an evaluation. We're also internationally accredited. 232 full-time staff, 7 part-time civilian staff, 11, soon to be 12 fire stations. Progress is going quite well on Kindle. And just got a picture while I was sitting in the back. The old Indy Image building is being torn down today. So Division Station is officially underway. We'll have a groundbreaking in a few weeks and send out those details as soon as we get that on the books. Almost 35,000 responses and 30,000 responder hours. So in the streets on an emergency, over 30,000 hours last year. And current recruit class is going quite well. 16 graduates are coming up, and they'll be on the streets very, very soon. Let's dive into our budget and just break it down a little bit. This is common among most public safety departments. 84.69% of our fire department budget is personnel related. It's a very personnel intensive business when we get on scene, and we have to assemble a lot of people very quickly to mitigate things and keep them from growing. Other services and charges, that's where we have a lot of maintenance services. Big red trucks actually come out of that because it's a pass-through from Fleet and Facilities Department, and then just minimal other charges. This is a maintenance budget for us, so we're going to maintain our current staffing. We did plan for the Kindle Fire Station to open. We're still going to buy our large fire trucks, and we're continuing to maintain our current facilities. For any of those that have been past headquarters in the last 6 weeks, I'm sure you've noticed all the masonry work outside. That's well over a 100-year structure, and we're spending several $100,000 replacing a lot of mortar and tuck pointing and caulking outside to make sure that we can continue in that building for another 100 years. And they said it's actually in pretty good shape, and they said it was good. It was a good thing that we're investing now to extend the life of that. I want to give just a brief update on some of our major projects. As I mentioned, Kindle is coming along nicely. They are looking at installing the drywall in about 2 weeks and shingles, so it's getting there. And this past Friday, I took a brief trip out to Wyoming, Michigan to HME and looked at Engine 12 coming down the line, and that is coming together nicely as well. Again, I wanted to reiterate this. Kindle is on time, on budget, and expected to open in September of 2025. Very proud of that. Division Fire Station, as I mentioned, the old structure, not the fire station, but the old Indy Image building across the street is coming down today. Construction will start in earnest shortly after that. And looking at a late summer, early fall of 2026 move-in. Want to reiterate, there's no new staff at that station. We're simply moving them from across the street. So from the old station on the top left to the new station on the top right. And then we are currently leasing East Leonard Elementary School. And if you've been by there, it is amazing how busy that place is. Between our training staff, our CERT classes, medical classes, we have 4 or 5 classrooms full quite frequently, so it's a very good space for us. That has worked out quite well. Training center, probably most excited about this from a department perspective, not a community perspective. This is getting underway this summer. They are starting demolition in June on the old building out there. Anticipated opening of March 2027. We have done our first of 3 bid packs on there, and it actually came in favorable. So it came in a little bit under what they were planning, which is always great news. So far, projects are going quite well. I did want to remind us, 37% of that project is grant funded, and then 100% of the stations are grant funded. So doing quite well working with other agencies to bring some monies into our city. Extreme amount of value engineering, but this is going to be a statewide resource. This will be utilized frequently. And then my last slide, I want to spend some time on this to look at horizon issues. As I mentioned, maintenance budget, things are going well. Fire department's doing good. Always an eye to the future, though. Public safety workload in the downtown core. And I believe I've mentioned this before, but we do a lot of work down here. We're a busy downtown. It's vibrant, a lot of people down here, a lot of businesses. Just under 20%, so 18.3% of fire department alarms are in the DDA boundary, which is 3% of the land area in the city. So it shows you between LaGrave, Bridge, Monroe, and MLK Station coming in, and Chester sometimes coming down the hill, how often we're operating in this downtown environment. I do expect that to continue when we're adding in an amphitheater, 3-tower project, soccer stadium. Our call volume's only going to continue to increase. So we just want to be cognizant of that, not sounding any alarms, but we want to watch that and be able to adapt if needed. Continued increase in fire truck prices. Thankfully, we are well funded. We've worked with Fleet. They're experiencing the same thing on their large fleet as well. Hopefully those are going to start to mitigate at some point, but the city as a whole has seen a tremendous increase in prices on large vehicles. Again, we're well funded. We're doing many things. We're working locally. We're buying stock units. We've bought used apparatus in the past. We're doing everything we can to keep those costs down and reasonable. But that problem's not going away anytime soon. Reaccreditation during 2026. So we are already underway with the paperwork. It's going to be about a 9-10 month process. Every 5 years we undertake this. And next summer we will sit in front of the Center for Public Safety Excellence Commission to become reaccredited. This will be our 3rd accreditation. Workload in Leonard Fire Station District as Knapp's Corner continues to build out and apartments continue to infill. Ladder 1 up there continues to be a very busy machine for us. As staffing allows, I put Engine 1 in service. Some days I'm fortunate enough to have a few extra bodies, and I'll put Engine 1 in service up there. That's something we're going to keep doing as we watch that area grow. I've already mentioned the facilities. The last two I'd like to spend a little more time on, river redevelopment and water rescue deployment changes. We do have a dive team now. It started at the end of Chief Lehman's tenure. We've been able to grow that and be able to operate safely within the river. And as the river changes, we anticipate more work in the river. And that's fine. Our crews out of Bridge Street and Monroe are ready to go. We just need to work with the city to make sure that we are responding appropriately based on the changes that we're going to experience. Finally, hot enhancement. So the homeless outreach team is undergoing some transition right now. I presented at Public Safety and the feedback was received loud and clear. Homeless outreach team is continuing. Their core work is not changing. We are simply folding in some additional medical work as time allows. Their primary focus is the same work that they've been doing. And as time allows, we'd like to work with our customers that utilize 911 a little more frequently and see if we can get them more appropriate healthcare options rather than calling 911. And I believe that is it for the fire department.
All right, please.
All right, good morning. As you can see from the graphic on the right there, overwhelming majority of our proposed budget is personnel costs at over 75%. Some of the other capital outlays important to us, the new and improved lightweight rifle-rated body armor. Actually, a majority of that $300,000 is for vehicle buildups, other projects. Very important to OEM. Just in time, fortunately, Allison just left, but she got her $44,000 request in there for this tornado siren, which I've been told many times is extremely important. Also very important, automated external defibrillators, which every squad car responding to calls for service are equipped with. And so we'll be replacing those with unexpired versions. If this budget is approved, you can see a map of our current service areas there on the right. We have 5 service areas, and over the years, we've been improving with the coverage of those beats. We're up to 92% of city beats covered 24/7, 365 by an officer. That's up from 86% last year, and that's because of the support of this commission and helping us staff up. We're authorized 302. We currently have 290 full officers. There's a typo there, 8 recruits in the academy, which would put us at 298 if they were graduated, but it's actually even more optimistic than that because of the, for example, the last class, we added 6 laterals. We've been doing quite well attracting lateral candidates and anticipate that continues. So if you can do the math, that means we'll be at 302. Hopefully very soon by the end of the summer. 120 non-sworn includes our dispatch center and our intern position. It's part of our Grow Your Own program. Our request does include 4 new positions at dispatch to increase our total staff to 53. We are averaging still 285 calls for service a day. That equals over 100,000 every year. Dispatch and Patrol do an excellent job responding to that. For the request is a very exciting new technology. As you can see an image of it on the right, it's called Ballistics IQ, which allows us to compare back 25 years ago, you could only compare the actual fired rounds with ballistics. Now you can actually compare the ejected shell casings, which are almost always left at shooting scenes. So with this new technology, very quickly we'll be able to identify crime guns, guns used at various crimes, or if they're already in the system. Yeah, that says it all. Okay. Additionally, continue our collaboration with the Boys and Girls Club, our partnership with Cure Violence, are making a request for the risk train modeling software to be used in our data-informed community engagement system, fully staffing our victim services with a victim service manager and 2 crime victim advocates, and that of course is complemented by over 20 volunteers. They do a fantastic job, and that this budget accounts for the increased attention that we are giving supporting the survivors of domestic violence through our victim services coordinator. Continuing with our CLEAR program, which is to ensure the success of returning citizens who are released from the Michigan Department of Corrections, and we work very closely with MDOC and other partners to make sure that they that was their last stop at MDOC and they don't go back. You can see good news in a graph here. We're getting closer to that 302 number after some very challenging times in the recent past. The proposed budget includes money for 2 police academy classes, as well as a Grow Your Own program. And I will say, since I've been here, we're averaging about 30% of our non-lateral candidates being either part of our Explorer program, our intern program, or both. And it's really cool to be able to see now. I've been here for 3 years. Just last week attended the academy graduation, and a couple kids who were leaders in the Explorer program and then were interns downstairs for years, and now they're full-fledged police officers. As we've really done a great job on recruiting, the Guardian background check software is helping us streamline that process so that we can make sure that police officers are doing police work instead of work that can be better done by a computer. Back to discussing 911 briefly. In this requested budget, we have included money for 2 portable 911 call-taking kits, and that's literally a suitcase which you can unpack it, and it's the full 911 setup where they can answer their 911 phones. They can do a full dispatch, and that can be used at either a critical incident or a large event, such as like a large concert venue or something like that. A request includes an addition of one supervisor up in dispatch. That would mean that we could finally get to 24/7 supervisor coverage, which we're not at, and the 3 additional communications operators, which would put us closer to the industry standard of call takers per calls received. Super excited about the grant of $500,000 with our partnership with Safe Haven and YWCA to use our risk assessment device for victims of domestic violence. And what that does is have our police officers do a full in-depth ask of our domestic violence survivors when they're there in real time, so that they have just a treasure trove of information to supply not only to YWCA and to Safe Haven, but also to the prosecutor's office, as many of these cases are dealt with domestic violence court, so that we can hold these individuals accountable, get the education and support for victims of domestic violence in our community. And of course, the goal, once we hit that magical number of 300, would be to start bringing back the community police officer program, which will be led by Deputy Chief Trigg, who himself was a community police officer earlier in his career. Included in this is a request for adequate funding for our crossing guard program, which we oversee, and continued support for our traffic unit, which, as you can see there, are example. Through the support of this commission, we've been able to supply training and equipment for more truck enforcement, and I look forward to updating the Public Safety Committee, the next Public Safety Committee, on specific enforcement actions and great work that they've been doing out there. I believe this is finally a little update on FOIA here. You could see from that graph that the last spot is only year to date, but you can see every year the FOIA requests have continued. So through the support of this commission, last year we've added personnel, but through an unfunded state mandate, we are required now also for our records division to process every license to purchase in the city that comes through. And unfortunately, that's taken away from our FOIA capabilities. So this proposed budget includes a request so that we can properly address those issues as they come in, and continue to use our Just FOIA software, which makes receiving, processing, and even filing FOIAs that much easier. And now finally, Horizon issues. Well, of course, we want to continue the support of co-response. Right now we have 3 Network 180 MSWs riding with our officers, and we're just started talks with them to make sure we can continue that program. And as we envision a police department, I know as the fire chief mentioned, the increases of our responsibilities downtown, among other places, Horizon issue of being able to make sure that these officers have a way to get transportation across the city, and that is it for police.
Thank you.
Our court, and then we're wrapping up after go right to 6th District Court, and then we'll wrap up. We will not do OPA today. We'll do that next week and talk about some of the programs and other prevention oversight and prevention efforts that they have.
Thank you. I think it's good afternoon now. I'm Eric Simon. I'm the court administrator. Appreciate this opportunity to talk a little bit about our proposed budget and some areas update on the district court. A snapshot of our court in the city of Grand Rapids, third branch of government. I am proud to be a resident and part of the court. We have our staffing. We've broken down to our staffing. We have 68.5 employees. That includes 6 of our elected judges. We have 1 magistrate and 7 grant-funded positions. And our dedicated team shows up every day to make sure that every individual within our city and our surrounding areas has their guaranteed their fundamental right of due process. That is why we are here. Our jurisdiction within the city are our misdemeanor cases, initiation of all our felony cases, general civil lawsuits up to $25,000. We have several successful problem-solving courts that I'll talk a little more in detail here in a moment. part of the budget process is because we are community focused and we have a dedication to the community that we all serve, we also look for a lot of outside funding sources, which are our grants. Currently, there's about $1.5 million of grants that fund many of our problem-solving courts, a few other programs that we're initiating, and these are state, local, federal, and really helps to offset any appropriation from the city. One of the areas that we have been focusing on this past year is the revamping from our traditional work crew, where we do a lot of the go around and work in the city, to an alternative sentencing program and staff. It's more of a holistic, person-centered model. We are now proud to say, a year into it, a little over a year later, we have 57 active community partners across all 3 wards in the city. This fiscal year to date, that equates to about 23,000 hours of completed community service, so to speak. And based on a calculator, a nationally recognized volunteer estimate, that brings over $800,000 in value to our community. This program also has been successful because it removes barriers for those that interact with the court. We have flexibility sites, we have hours, there's skill levels, and there's been instances too where people have been offered full-time employment from their service. So it's definitely been a positive year and a half since we've implemented it. Our problem-solving courts, Michigan is a leader in problem-solving courts, your traditional treatment courts, and our focus at the 61st District Court is to not just be part of Michigan as a leader, but be a state leader. And we have our drug court, which is our treatment and accountability. We have 2 sobriety courts. We indicate 2. One's a felony sobriety court, and one is our misdemeanor sobriety court. This definitely reduces recidivism with drinking and driving. We are piloting our domestic violence court currently. It's our first year in operation, victim center and safety and behavioral change. And we have a long-established community outreach court, which is tied to those unhoused in our community, and it removes barriers to the access of justice. We have a judge that goes off-site, and we have opportunities for expungements and clearing your warrants without having to come to court. So that's been definitely successful. Next, talk a little bit about, tying this back to budget a little bit, our caseload and our staffing. What you'll see from this graph is the grayish line represents our staffing from 2018 to 2024. We had just over 90 employees prior to the pandemic, and definitely our caseload has took a dive like most courts in the state, but we are definitely back up in 2024. You'll see a reduction though from 2018, which would approximately be about 30% of our cases, but the majority of those, about a 50% decline in your civil infractions and your parking tickets, your speeding, and those type of cases. So when it comes to our felony filings, our serious misdemeanors and our misdemeanors, we have seen a spike, especially from 23 to 24. We have had about a 20% increase, and these filings are not just from the local GRPD, but they're also the Sheriff Department and other agencies within the state. And we've also seen a dramatic increase in our civil filings, about 51% from last year to this year. But we are continuously trying to evaluate our services to do more with less, and we have not increased our staffing allocation, nor in this budget do we present any additional staffing when it comes to our workload. But we are paying very close attention to it because it does impact us, and we have 7 courtrooms in operation every single day that we support. Down to the numbers. Our court expenditures in the proposed budget is over $13 million. our full-time employees, our staffing personnel, represents about 58% of our overall budget. That's actually pretty good for a judicial branch of government. Sometimes it's roughly closer to 80%. A big chunk of our budget, as you will see from this slide, is our building rentals and lease. It's just shy of $3 million. That's about 25% of our budget is allocated for us to be in the Kent County Courthouse. And that's something that we will decrease in the next couple of years because the bonds are being completed, and we are preparing for that. District court revenue, we have a projection of our district court revenue being up about 12%. That's tied a little bit to caseload, but it's also tied to our collections of our court-ordered fines and costs. It's more of an enforcement of our orders as opposed to a collections effort. We have a lot of options for people that interact with the judicial system on community service, partnering with programs, and we have different programs for our indigency, but overall, based on caseload and enforcement, we're predicting a little increase in our revenue. What you'll notice on there, we have an allocation from the city, which is directly asking in our proposed budget about just $9.9 million from the general fund to fund the court. One other item on there that I often get questioned about is the judges' standardization. What that is, that's reimbursement from the state of Michigan on our judges' salaries. Some notable areas that we have been working on since probably 2019 to be effective stewards of public resources from the court perspective is during the COVID pandemic, we did decrease 6 positions due to funding and layoffs. We also participated in a work share program during the pandemic in 2020. In 2022, the court really took a look at our footprint and reduced our square footage in the courthouse, which saves about $200,000 a year annually. We went from 31% to 26% space in the building. We gave up half a floor, so we continue to monitor that. We've had discontinuation of the work crew, which most people are aware of, and that has impacted our budget in a positive way, and also positively affected the community with our programs. We're also working in 2025 towards the initiation of migrating to a state case management system. Currently, we spend over $120,000 a year on a management system that we are the only court in the state that uses it. Recently, we partnered with the state and the city. The city helped us quite a bit on trial court funding. We had to complete a lot of data, which I'll talk about here in a moment. And then, of course, our 25-26 expanded programs through our grant budgeting is offsetting the general fund by $1.5 million. So we are consistently looking at ways that we can provide the administration of justice in utilizing our resources appropriately. Now, when it comes to state law on funding for the district courts, as many people are aware, the city funds us. And our budget represents probably around, I believe, around 3% of the city's general fund budget. And we are the third branch of government. But the way legislation has required courts to be funded, we've identified 3 challenges from the judiciary. There is a conflict of interest between judges' impartiality on cases by how they order and sentence fines and costs, and their obligations to use the courts as a means to generate revenue. Challenge 1. The second one, inadequate court funding from all sources because we over-rely on local government funding. And then this is a statewide issue. I have a lot of counterparts in various courts that facilities are deteriorating. So there's unequal access to justice for court users, harming the most vulnerable who have the least access to financial resources. So the judiciary's really taken a proactive approach. How do we address this statewide? Because we consider ourselves one court under the Michigan realm. Alternative funding for trial courts. Here's a brief informational update. This is a popular discussion within my field in court administration and working closely with the leaders in this room. So the Michigan Judicial Council, which is the governing branch of the Supreme Court, they do a lot of their policy making. The strategic agenda between 2022 through 2025 is to really focus on court funding, technology, the public experience, people interacting with the court, our racial and social equity, and public trust and understanding, which is tied to our problem-solving courts, one of the reasons we have those, and workforce excellence, our people. To me, our people are the driving force behind our success. They're the most important part of the court. Tying into the strategic agenda, court funding and technology infrastructure is key. So what we're doing to working from the state court perspective is we're designing, we're educating, we're collaborating, and we're building to have a better trial court funding mechanism model in the state of Michigan. Law created the Trial Court Funding Commission back in 2019. The Trial Court Funding Commission's recommendations have been establish the funding system, provide all court technology needs, remove that responsibility from the funding units, establish a uniform assessment and centralized collections, and move toward a uniform employment system, and establish a transition plan for the new court funding model. Fast forward from 2019 to 2024, Public Act. The bill required the Supreme Court to analyze certain trial court costs and revenue, which we've been doing, and develop a legislative proposal to change trial court funding. In summary, what does this mean? Two key things that stand out to me: develop standards for reimbursing local law enforcement and prosecution costs, and develop a statewide system to distribute court revenue to each funding unit based on its court's operational costs. I'm actively involved in several associations on court administration, and the Supreme Court, through the Judicial Council, is working with the Pew Charitable Trust and Manor, which is collecting and analyzing the financial data that our court and our city worked on to complete from December to January this previous year. And we also did a work study and workflow with personnel in the late summer and early fall. Progress to date. They've implemented mini teams. They're holding monthly meetings at the state level. The Treasury is working with our technology integration to look at how we're going to implement collections on a statewide level. And they're reviewing all the data that we worked on in December and January. Next steps for us moving forward, May, June, right now. The teams are presenting recommendations to the work group, and they're going to calculate a maintenance of effort to get an idea, a better understanding of what each funding unit is contributing to our funding. They're going to vet through some recommendations. July, August, this summer, concept papers and legislative proposals will be drafted. They're going to keep working with stakeholders. I'll keep coming back and sharing information to this body. And in September or October this fall, final papers and concept paper to the legislature for review. So that's where we're at with trial court funding. Oh, and on that note, I want to add thank you for this opportunity, but also as we are focused on being stewards of public resources. It's not just me, it's not just the administration staff, it's the judges, it's the 89.5 people that show up every day. And if I don't give them credit, it's essential to do so. So thank you for that. And also, I can't walk away without the wonderful relationship we have with the police department and our team with the Michigan Indigent Defense Commission under Connie. So, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, I think we're going to take a 5-minute break to go get our food items, which are apparently sandwiches, and then we can come back and do questions, and I think we can not talk with our mouths full. We can do both things at once. Sorry. Sandwiches are somewhere in the hallway, and I don't think there's like ID requirement or anything. I think we're just giving out sandwiches, right? who wants to keep eating and not ask questions can, but otherwise, are there any questions from the presentations? Commissioner Isasi.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentations. I had a question, and this is probably for both fire and police. Can you tell us how many times the drones were deployed this past year?
So I don't have an exact number for fire, but I can tell you that police do fly theirs way more. Most of ours are training flights, and I believe the last update we gave, it was 3 or 4 actual incidents, commercial building fire and river rescues.
Okay. And then, Chief Brown, you mentioned the percentage of the fire alarms in the DDA boundary.
Yes.
I can make some assumptions about what I think those calls were based upon your responses related to the HOT team, but could you confirm what those calls for service were?
So the vast majority within the DDA are medical calls and fire alarms. Obviously, this is the highest concentration of alarm systems within the entire city. And fortunately, they do a very good job, and there's about a 99% false alarm rate, but we do pull up and have fire blowing out of windows once or twice a year in this boundary.
Do you think that just the medical calls and the fire alarms, are they equal percentage of that 18.37%?
I'd have to go back and look. Overall, medicals are about 65% of my call volume.
Okay. Thank you. And then, you mentioned the equipment purchases. I did see in the state Leo budget that there was going to be a line item to investigate fire truck U.S. manufacturing.
Correct.
Okay. Were you behind that?
Maybe.
Okay.
There is some antitrust stuff going on right now with a few of the larger fire truck manufacturers. Post-COVID, there is a 4-year backlog in work, and they've actually shuttered a lot of factories. And so this is actually hitting the national Senate floor as well.
Okay.
And it's something I'm just trying to stay abreast of because it is very challenging for a lot of agencies to get fire trucks right now.
Got it. Okay. And then my last question for fire is, you mentioned obviously, I was able to hear the public safety session the other day. Obviously talked about the medical work. I think I asked this question before, but I don't think you were familiar with it. Was the FUSE program, the frequent user super something?
Yes, my EMS chief, I believe, it interacts with that group as well. The way I'll explain it is super users or frequent utilizers of the 911 system don't always fall into certain programs. So for example, I've worked with Corewell Health, I've worked with Priority Health, we are working with Catherine's Health, but we still run into patients that don't fit the criteria for any of those programs.
Got it.
That's where, when we have capacity in the afternoons, we'd like to fold in a visit or two and really work on getting those people navigating the healthcare system more efficiently.
Great. Thank you for sharing that distinction.
Yes.
So, okay. I think that's all the questions I have for you. So I can go to, unless other people had for fire, and then I can wait.
Commissioner Keller?
Yes, Chief Brown, we talked on public safety about bringing repairs in-house, and I'm just wondering if you have any of the cost savings that will come from bringing maintenance in-house.
We have not evaluated that yet. So we are still working with our vendors. We do have a backlog of maintenance because we're down to one vendor right now. Another vendor we used to utilize in Allendale went out of business.
Yeah.
And so we're down to one vendor in Jenison that we take all our fire trucks to. So again, as I mentioned, the first priority is getting trucks fixed. The second is the cost effectiveness of that. We're looking at, in 2027, starting to transition some of that work in-house. But again, I don't have that financial analysis completed yet, but it is top of mind.
Awesome, thank you. And
Yes,
then
sir.
also, you talked about this increased need for your services as we have some of these public amenities coming on board. Do you have an estimate of a price or how many personnel that would be as things come forward, as these amenities start coming online?
So when I look at current state, my 2 rescues out of LaGrave are running just under 3,000 calls a year. 3,500 is my threshold for I have to get another unit there. So we're not quite there, but we're close. The other thing to consider is travel times. So my LaGrave station only has a 3/4 square mile district because of the traffic, the pedestrians, the bikes, the difficulty navigating, and the vertical travel time. I would imagine we're going to need more resources downtown, but again, when those come online, based on what we're seeing, I don't want to react too soon. Just know that we're very intently watching as things come online, and we can flex in the meantime before we put a permanent resource in place as well, right? So we have that ability to staff up for certain events or certain things, and so that's probably an interim step that we would take.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Perdue?
Good afternoon. Thank you for the presentation, Chief. Kind of in the same vein of cause and types of cause. So I attended the public safety meeting a week ago. So did you say that after that feedback, the decision is not to transfer the HOT team to the MOT team, the homeless outreach team to medical outreach team? I wasn't clear.
The decision is based on a tremendous amount of feedback. It's going to remain the homeless outreach team. And rather than trying to balance homeless work and medical work equally, we're going to get the homelessness work done first. And then if we have any capacity, then we will fold in some medical outreach.
Okay.
So that was received loud and clear, and we're going to go ahead and change course a little bit.
Okay. Thank you for that, that flexibility and adaptability based on feedback. So when you say as time allows, you mentioned earlier just getting access to appropriate healthcare options. I'm just curious what that looks like and how that might relate or compare to like the work of a community health worker, for example.
It's very similar. So we're working with Network 180 right now to get some medical social workers, which is a little bit different from our normal social workers. The example that I gave during public safety is we have a patient at 72 Sheldon. They're not on priority health. They are not homeless, but they do not have access to dialysis right now for various reasons. One of those being transportation. And so 3 to 4 times a week, my fire truck shows up, helps the ambulance load them into the ambulance, goes to the hospital, gets emergency dialysis. That's not a good use of anyone's time, especially the patient's as well. So that's the situation where my homeless outreach team could sit with them and the medical social worker and help them navigate getting transportation lined up, getting back into the clinic, going to advocate for this patient. And then it really does help the entire system if we can avoid calling 911 for stuff like that.
So I know there's typically staff at a lot of our emergency rooms that are meant to help navigate transportation and other kind of more social barriers.
Yes.
Why hasn't that connection been made within the hospital system?
There are so many programs in this city, and sometimes it's just hard to find the right person to help you navigate those. And that's what our team is going to have the time to do versus my suppression crews who show up, mitigate the immediate life safety risk, and then go to the next one.
Yeah.
So this is going to allow them to slow down, and it might be as simple as going with them to meet the appropriate person at the hospital and kind of helping them navigate and holding their hand through that process.
Thank you. Many of you know I work in healthcare full time, so I would like to see how I can help with some of the connections and finding the right person. But also at Public Safety last week, we had the Adjust GR presentation. And part of the purpose of Adjust GR is to find great examples like this, right? It is a medical and healthcare problem, but now it's becoming a huge public safety expense. And how do we get ahead of the problem, solve the real problem of the healthcare access so that we can save dollars and effort and focus elsewhere with our emergency response. So thank you for kind of sharing a little bit more on that. Sure. And then relatedly, kind of in the same vein, we've done, I think last year we did a public safety tour of each ward, and in the third ward, you kind of pointed out hot spots of where medical costs take place.
Yes.
And so kind of in the same vein of hot and the medical needs there, those also exist elsewhere, particularly in where we have a density of senior citizens, where we have a density of, well, that's mostly kind of in 2 or 3 locations, at least in the third ward. Is there any discussion in this kind of new approach of, or in your initial approach of thinking about Mott, of doing more medical outreach or connections outside of the downtown area and more in the neighborhoods, in particularly the hot spots that are really a drain on our public safety resources?
Yes, absolutely. That's a great point. So my direction to the EMS chief was, we're soon to have 12 fire stations, 12 first due districts. Let's take the top 911 medical call user in each district. May not be a person, might be an address, a facility, and that's where we're going to spend our time and work on that until we can get that down, and then we'll go on to the next one. So it's a very focused approach. Many are senior housing centers. I will say we had a recent win with Corewell Health. We were able to get a declination form signed. So as long as it's not an immediate life safety threat, heart attack, stroke, difficulty breathing, we are working to not utilize the 911 system to show up to certain offices in different places where Corewell has trained medical personnel on site. Because I'm sure you've all seen us on Michigan Street walking into a doctor's office with our medical equipment as trained EMTs, and we have 4 or 5 doctors sitting there next to a patient. So it's exciting to keep working through these processes and use us where we need to be used, but not use our resources where other people probably can do it better than us.
Right.
Yeah.
There was also a program in that health system where they worked with our homeless population who had uncontrolled chronic conditions like the person you mentioned, and worked with folks like community rebuilders to get them into housing and then provide the access to care. And I mean, the results were really astounding in terms of outcomes, but also cost savings for everyone involved. So thank you.
Yeah, wraparound services is key. We simply can't put someone in housing. We have to support them.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Belcheck?
Thank you, Chief Brown, and I appreciate all the comments and questions that we're having here today. I guess based on everything I've heard, and I can hone in on just this one thing, you made a pretty astute noticing there that 18% of the alarms in the city come from the 3% of the downtown area. That makes sense. It's the most dense. We've got a lot going on. All good things when you want a vibrant city. And to Commissioner Kilgore's point, we're expecting this to grow, and what does it mean? So I'm wondering, this may be a wondering question more than a action, but I'll let you decide. Where and how does the DDA help support that? Because it's all in our budget now, but they're also collecting things, so I'm just curious.
Maybe I can
Yes.
jump in there. So the DDA does not support the fire operations. That's reported more from the general operating fund from the city specifically, in that while the square mileage is not as proportionate as the service use, the income tax that's generated from downtown proportionally per capita is a lot higher, and the property values. So to some degree, although looking at land size solely is not the only appropriate metric to look at. So the DDA does support other things that does support other things that help with public safety, cleanliness effort. I think we're partnering with on our Clean Community Initiative. Also, the DID also provides some support for additional security, but for fire services, I don't think we expect to recover anything from the DDA.
And actually, if I can add a even bigger picture spin on that, from my perspective, when the day comes that we're starting to use the DDA for police and fire services, we need to re-examine how much money is going into the DDA, because we all are elected, which means we're entrusted by the community in basic democratic fashion to fund a budget that gives basic services to our community. And if we can't do that because money is being taken out of democratically accountable sources, that I think is problematic, and we probably would have to have a community conversation about the need for more money to go to the people up in this dais to make budget decisions about. So we're here to spend the people's money, but if we don't have enough of the people's money to perform basic services of government, I'm not interested in becoming an oligarchy. I like democracy.
Can you remind me what did means? You mentioned that a couple times.
The Downtown Improvement District, it's a self-assessment from property owners to pay for additional things for improving the look of an area or some of the services that are provided to an area.
Any other questions for fire? Otherwise, moving on to police, I'll lead here a second. Chief, this will sound, at the risk of asking you things that are maybe evident to both of us, or everyone in this room maybe, but for the forum's sake. Increased staffing for you, it's logically can be caused by or triggered by three possible things. One is doing things better, like community policing. One is simple growth of our population. But then the other is growth of things that we're doing in the city that aren't directly correlated to population. So the obvious example there is the amphitheater. I think the number one thing that we up on the dais are getting questions about is how are we going to deal with thousands of people coming into town for concerts? How are we going to deal with thousands of people coming into town for soccer games? And so we're going to have, we all know, because for years, you've done a great job of managing traffic flow around our existing big event spaces, but it's no secret that we're going to have a conversation about how we handle these new big event spaces. So if you could speak to a little bit of your modeling on that and how that interacts with, because it's great to be getting up to the number of authorized sworn officers, but if that number has to go up because we have new needs, that wasn't part of your long-term horizon, but love to have you speak to a little bit about your thinking on the long-term staffing ceilings.
Absolutely, and we don't have to, reinvent the wheel on the large events like the soccer stadium, the amphitheater, because we have the model at the Van Andel Arena. We have an agreement with them, and typically between 6 and 10 sworn officers are required anytime an event, a large event takes place, like is there this weekend. So we'll wait to get the traffic routes and finalize parking things and stuff like that, and have our special events lieutenant take a deep dive and see if 6 to 8 look good. Doesn't, we'll get the schedule. I think they're talking about 55 events a year at the amphitheater, maybe more. I don't know how many soccer games, but when we put all that together, we actually will be able to come up with some sort of scientifically reliable number of an actual number that we'll need just to maintain that. With that, then we'll be able to see how many officers are working, how many would have to be ordered in. Eventually, what you're going to see is that if we don't go over 300, we will, on certain days, be ordering in every person that's off. You have to come to work. Kind of like this Saturday, is the Riverbank Run. To be honest, we usually hit over a 20-year seniority mark for orders. And so on Saturday, anybody who doesn't at least have 20 years on the job is going to be, if you're not already working, you're going to be ordered into work the Riverbank Run, just because it's such a manpower extensive, it takes a lot of people. So we'll be able to get the numbers. We know what the numbers are. I know from the high side, I talked to our collective bargaining units. We're getting, it should be back in the year 1999 when we had 396 officers. I don't think it's going to take that many, but it is definitely going to take more than the 300 to do it right and to do it in such a way that we can sustain our workforce, because a lot of what's been keeping the men and women coming in and being motivated is they see the progress that we're making. This morning, I went to both lineups at 5:30 and 6:30 and looked around. We had 35 sworn officers this morning. Granted, we got a lot going on in the city, but I can think back to the same time in 2022, and I would go in a morning lineup and have for the entire city as few as 16 officers. And the officers see that, they know help is on the way, and so when I say, hey, you're all working Saturday, it doesn't kill morale. So, but anyway, we have a way to come up with a reasonable, reliable number, and I think 10's a great starting point for that, but when we get more information on the soccer schedule and the amphitheater schedule, we could probably get you somewhat of a statistically reliable number.
Great, thanks. Commissioner Robbins.
Yeah, thanks. Mayor, I figured I'd keep my comments. I just have a couple consolidated for both. First of all, super excited about the fire stations, South Division especially. I think that's great. I can't wait to see that take shape. For Chief Windstrom, return of community police officers, that's super exciting to me. That's something the past 2 years I've heard constantly from neighbors in every corner of my ward in the city too. So excited about that. And then second, I just want to copy and paste everything that was just said. I think my biggest thought right now, and Commissioner Kilgore alluded to this too, is, what are we going to need for increased amenities that we have downtown? I think I saw a stat that our hotel occupancies are already above what they were pre-COVID. So we know people are coming to Grand Rapids. We have more conventions here. So I only anticipate that the need for public safety resources is going to grow. So that I just wanted to make sure that was publicly stated, was that's my biggest thought moving forward too. And I guess maybe more pointedly to Chief Windstrom, I guess going into this budget season, do you feel that it's going to become a bottleneck? I guess my worst fear is, we hit the authorized amount and then that's it. I want to be thinking further into the future, preparing, projecting out how much we're going to need and doing what we can right now to prepare so that we don't ever get caught, flat-footed with the number of people that we need. So I don't know if there's anything additional you wanted to add. Otherwise, just know that that's where my mind's at too.
And I would say with this proposed budget, that it gives us the flexibility, gets it there with the authorization for 2 classes in it. The success that we're having on the lateral sites, like I just said, this last class, we have 6 laterals, and I keep getting interest from lateral candidates. It's a lot less expensive for us. There's so many benefits to that. So yeah, I think this gives us a lot of flexibility. I think we're on a good path.
Awesome.
Can I, if someone can pull up slide 14, maybe Joel, if you can go back to slide 14, because this question has been coming up every year since I've been here. And you can see the authorized strength number on the top line. It was at 304, now 302, because we've lost grant positions. And every year I've been asked, when are you adding more police officers to the city budget? And my response would be when I can be assured we can staff all the positions and we don't have vacant positions sitting in the budget that are unused. And so my response again today is the same, with a caveat. Even though it's 302 positions, the chief and I can agree to hire 10 more. I guess I can authorize the staffing of 10 more than what we're normally staffed. So that's 312 positions. Once I see that the department is consistently staffing at the 305, 306 level, then to me it signals it's time to have a conversation about additional resources. What I'm hearing now is even at 290, you'll be close to 298 with the ones you have in the academy, but the retirement and turnover in terms of projections, so you have a projection of by the end of the year or end of next year, how many people are going to retire or turn over out of the 290? You know that?
By the end of the year, let's see, off the top of my head, I want to say
Or by the end of
4.
in the fiscal year
Yeah,
26, by next July.
But next July, there may be 7 between now and then. We had a huge, in that dip there, that's the mass retirements from the 90s, because we had mass hirings in the 90s. Fortunately, that's gone away, and now it's just a trickle. And people that were leaving for other jobs and other agencies have stopped leaving. So we're going to be at 302 in no time.
Well, so if we say with 7, so that means hiring another 22 or so, if my math is correct, could get us at 305 number after the 7 leave.
Even less than that, because we have the 8 in the academy. They'll marry up with hopefully another 6 laterals or more, and so, yeah, even less than that.
So we're close. So probably next budget, if we're able to sustain that staffing level over 300 for some period of time, we will be having a conversation about additional staffing for the police department.
Great. So Commissioner Sassi and then Commissioner Perdue.
Thanks for the presentation. Chief, I do have a question around staffing as well. I think one of the things I wanted to highlight, not saying that everything that would happen with these major events would be related to traffic. I know there's other considerations too, but it's my understanding that the PD has to run the traffic coordination because that's a state law.
Right, that is accurate.
So I want to put that out there as we think about, I think we've made so many strides over the last couple of years to really civilianize certain positions where it makes sense. FOIA, records, I can't think of all of them, but I know that, when I came onto the commission, that was a major discussion that we were having. And I think we've heard of these programs and projects of, whether it's domestic violence or some of the medical response pieces that you were talking about, Chief Brown, is to not lose sight of where things are maybe funded in a certain way, and is that, I don't know, Mayor, you were in the legislature, so you should fix that. Fix the dang traffic calming.
Yeah, we can work on it.
And so, being a little tongue in cheek, but I think as we think about what those outer years look like, I want to commend you for the lateral strategy. I know that was something that you brought up, and, you're getting, people who have been, trained longer. I'm sure you're vetting the locations that they're coming from. I also want to balance that with all of the things that need to occur, and to me, that's not the greatest, highest, and best use of the police force. So if that is, I would say, if we're having a conversation about staffing, I think we need to continue to have a conversation about what is being required and how we can fulfill that in other ways. If possible. I think we've been pretty instrumental in Lansing to talk to our legislators about how we do want to see public safety change, and I think our public safety force has been responsive to that. So I want to put that out there. I want to just affirm continued efforts for domestic violence considerations. I know. We were knocking on wood at public safety at the last meeting, and there was a shooting, 2 young men, sounds like from this past weekend. I don't know the details of it, but the prior 2 homicides were domestic violence related. So continuing to work with victim support services and those advocates, I think, is absolutely key in the work that we're doing. And so then it sounds like you were doing some of the attrition. I was trying to do some of that of, okay, if we have these 2 police academies, so I'm not going to try to do the math. It sounds like we're going to have some follow-up there. And then, I just wanted to say this is specifically in public safety, but the emergency communication operations, again, this goes back to, I think before I was a commissioner on civil service, we used to have quite a few issues with the emergency communications spot. It was actually a highlighted HR piece. There was so much overtime, so much burnout. I'm very supportive of the full-time positions that you've outlined in the budget, city manager, including these 2. I think, again, thinking about all those investments, I too would say, I think a resounding yes, people continue to ask about community police officers. The last thing I wanted to ask about this, and I think this potential contract expired. So at one point, I think it was 2022, we were working with a local healthcare hospital system, and they wanted to have on-site GRPD staffing. I was against that. Some of what the mayor talked about, I felt like there was some privatization of public safety that was occurring in that year, and I don't support that. But I wondered if that contract is still, because it was, okay, so it's no longer valid. They've worked out their, they hired a retiree to go work on their public safety issues, didn't they?
I believe it ended a year ago, perhaps.
Yeah, that number, Commissioner, where you see on the chart that's in front of you, that decrease from 304, 302, that's due to the expiration of that contract.
Okay.
Because we could only staff to 304 if we staffed at 302 to hire the additional 2 for the hospital.
And my feeling was like, let's focus on what we have control over, and Okay, great. I just wanted to confirm that because I feel like that might come in the discussion. This is more for, you just brought up the truck enforcement. This was at the end of last year, colleagues, that Cesar E. Chavez, Granville Avenue corridor, brought up the concerns about the truck route and feeling like that wasn't being enforced. So I don't know where that has continued or landed, but I don't expect you to answer that, or maybe you have an answer.
I can commit to having an update of public safety.
Okay.
I listened to the radio, except I turned off when I'm in here, but I listened to it just about throughout the day, and I know that they've been actively educating and probably taking some enforcement over on Cesar E. Chavez, so it should be getting better. The actual weights are more difficult to deploy in the wintertime just because of conditions, but they're back out there with the weights as well. So I think hopefully I'll have some good information come next public safety.
Thank you. And then my last, this is probably more of a comment, but just the continued support. Yes, I think this was an example of an unfunded mandate as it related to the transparency efforts, which I'm supportive of, but I think we need to think through how will we support that. Just this year, our FOIA committee, we've had Commissioner Kilgore, Commissioner Robbins, and we've had, I think, 3 or 4 appeals, which is quite high for this time, and Deputy City Attorney Strom also shared that. I think we're continuing our efforts, and kudos to the staff again for really, I think sometimes it's like FOIA, I'm going to get whatever I want, and there are obviously, that is obviously not the case. I think the staff has been working to try to refine that so people then don't outlay the money if that's not going to be something they get. But we thought, we have done some of these Know Your Rights campaigns. Do we include more? I should say I don't know, and I don't see Mr. Davis, but is FOIA and what FOIA is intended to do part of that Know Your Rights campaign? If not, can we include some of that? So anyways, thank you. Those are my questions.
Commissioner Perdue.
Good morning, Chief.
Morning, Commissioner.
Just to keep the line of follow-up questioning going, thank you for asking that around traffic, Commissioner Sassi, because I was wondering why we spent so many resources on traffic. I didn't realize it was a state law. And I wonder if that's something that we want to reconsider or we think should work differently for us, especially for out years, if we might want to consider adding it to the legislative committee conversation and potentially our legislative agenda, just thinking ahead. So I want to talk a little bit about the crime prevention portion of the presentation on slide 13. And really, I am just so excited about all the progress we've made in recent years around victim support. And I think, it's certainly worth celebrating. I think there's still a gap in DV service, particularly on prevention, right? Like we've done a good job on accountability, right? Seeking justice for those who have been harmed. And then we have also done a good job of supporting the victims after the fact, if they're still alive. But we haven't, I don't think, as a community, done a great job on the prevention side. And when we talk about public safety and we talk about violent crime, really domestic violence is one of our biggest threats. Those homicides count for about a third of our homicides are domestic related. So I think, we are pursuing additional support for victims and we are pursuing accountability for those who are accused, but we're not yet putting resources in the prevention of even creating victims in the first place. And so that is something that I would like for us to spend more time exploring and seeing how, from a crime prevention and violent crime standpoint, we might better tackle that on the prevention side. No, you don't have to respond, but feel free if you have any thoughts.
So as police officers, obviously we're often made aware of those things because we get called to the house and we're taking that report and interacting. So we end up being the conduit for the entities which are better able to, the safe havens, the YWCA, those which could proactively get to the point. I mean, ideally, we wouldn't be called to the house because that incident of violence would be prevented. But so we work very closely with everybody else working in that field and support them any way we can. And I am excited about this $500,000 grant we got for the risk assessment tool, which is something that I've seen in other municipalities across the country, and it really works. And that combined with the domestic violence court, I think that when we do get those incidents, because a domestic violence abuser it's not a one-off It's kind of like a burglar, like they just go and go and go and go until they're either somebody puts handcuffs on them or until something extremely tragic happens. So I see the capacity for more there, and whether it's us or just us supporting somebody else working in the field, we're all for it. And Clarissa Novak, well, you know Clarissa. Clarissa, our victim services manager, is very forward-thinking, and she's been leading the charge on a lot of this. And I think if there's other opportunities out there, we'll get there. But intentionally looking for those more opportunities I think that's a great idea.
Yeah. Thank you for making the connection of the risk assessment focus of that partnership. And I think when the time is right, hearing more about that at Public Safety would be valuable, as well as the DICE. I haven't heard an update on DICE in quite some time, too.
Well,
so I think, and just this relates to our conversation with PD, but also 61st District Court and OPA, which we'll talk about next time. I'm just wondering if, just related to expungement fairs, I know we do them. I think we had one last weekend. The court does. And just wondering if the same need is there as it was years ago when we started doing those expungement fairs. So I see a lot of head nods. I don't know if you're saying yes to this.
I can answer that one. So the bills I wrote basically got eligibility for expungement from about 100,000 people statewide to well over 1 million. And because automatic expungement, you have to wait 7 years. Anybody who's eligible for automatic can get help 2 years earlier if they go get court-directed expungement. And so we blew the doors open on that, and if there was full use of that program, our court system would probably freak out. I mean, it's so I would love to see us cause a crisis in our court capacity to deal with the problem, but the number of people out there who are eligible for help is massively bigger than the number we're serving at our expungement fairs, or orders of magnitude bigger.
Mayor, and if I could also add, this past weekend when we had the expungement fair, and OPA did a fantastic job with all our partners, there were over 400 people that were served. And some of the people that I met personally, some had been trying to get through this system for 3 years, had documents filled out, didn't know where to submit them. And there were others who had testified about the barriers they have with housing and education. And some of the courts where their convictions were not in Kent County. And so it was troublesome and difficult for them to go back to the place of origin and deal with some of the issues, and they found it very convenient now having migrated here to have a service like that. And so perhaps OPA can talk a little bit more about what our experience was next week.
Yeah, that's great. And I know we had a 1 o'clock scheduled stop. I have a hard stop at 1:15, so in a few minutes I'll be heading out. So thank you.
Well, and I think we could probably talk policy all day. So I mean, there are lots of other exciting opportunities. I think, and Chief, I think you've done a great job of viewing public safety as a much broader issue than like policing. And I think all of us share excitement about the work that's being done there. I also want to remind my colleagues that I've just some quick math. We have about 200,000 people in Grand Rapids. We have about 300 officers. That means about 1 officer per every 1,500 residents. Lansing is at 1. Lansing staff's higher, substantially higher. They have 200 officers for 100,000 residents. And Detroit staff's on a ratio of about 1 officer for 500 residents. So our staffing ratios relative to our population are really low compared to comparable cities. And of course, once you step out of our state, last time I looked at Ohio, they roughly staff twice what Michigan levels are. So I just want to say, thanks. And I think that some of all of these community initiatives are driving us to be able to have you even be able to do your job with the staffing levels that we have. So there's all of the things that we're doing, I think, have an additive and supportive effect for our policing, but also for, just having things work with the comparably lower staffing levels you have compared to obvious examples. So thanks. Commissioner Belcheck.
This is a quick question for the police chief. A lot of people want to know when and how we're going to expand the clinicians that are serving on the ride-alongs. And you have 3 MSWs now.
Yes.
So that's great. What do you think the timeline and horizon is going to be?
So our contract with Network 180 to supply those 3 clinicians ends this summer, so we've just started conversations with them about what that looks like moving forward. I would love for it to increase, but we certainly don't want it to decrease. But that's so that's a question not only for the city, but also for Network 180, because since they are employed by them, if it was up to me, if they said you can have as many as you want, I'd take enough so that we could have 24/7. I'd probably take 6 or 8 tomorrow. But we're having those conversations. Chief of Staff just started those conversations last week.
Great. Okay. Yeah, we're 13 minutes over, and we're about to lose another commissioner. So, Commissioner Robbins, we're about to lose 2
No, I
commissioners.
just have to hop 2.
Gotcha. So, City Manager, I think we're done. Thank you all. I'm sorry. We do have public comment time, and before we go there, Commissioner Isasi.
Thank you. I didn't ask my question as it related to the district court piece, because thank you for just this overview. I think it was really helpful. I was on commission in 2020 where I think we pulled out the last court administrator out of a vacation to have a discussion about the funding. That was a fun first year. No, but I think I really appreciate the context of this is a collective, quite honestly, obstacle, challenge, problem to solve. I appreciate those efforts. I think our Corridor Improvement Authority was challenged when the work crew discontinued, but I understand the financial reasons that you made that too. So you mentioned the strategic agenda. I just wanted to understand, from a timing perspective, this is something that is, I only have 3 more years on my term, so this is probably not going to happen in 3 years. To really look at some of these, longer term fixes.
Parts of it will happen.
Okay.
Not all of it.
All right.
But you will see the technology infrastructure.
Okay.
You will look at things such as facilities and staffing allocations. So you will see improvements collectively, all of it in 3 years. No.
So we're not going to have to wait for something to be done and then accept it'll happen. Okay, thank you. That's really was my question.
Great. Any other questions? Otherwise, thank you all, and we will move on to public comment. Yeah.
Hello? All right, I can hear D. Jones. How you doing, y'all? I'm D. Jones, passionate entrepreneur and visionary. I'm here to speak about the budget. First of all, I want to thank you guys for investing into esports. I don't think I thank you guys enough for you guys. My bad. All right, let me step back a little bit. All right, cool. My bad, y'all. But I want to thank you guys for investing in esports and gaming. For the summer initiative, as I have a $32 billion company, Epic Games, coming back to educate the students August 1st. I've been able to get universities like Full Sail University, Michigan State University of Michigan, Ferris State University, Oakland, Ohio State University to get engaged with the summer initiative. Spoke to Haley Stevens, spoke to Congresswoman Hillary Scholten, spoke to John Fitzgerald, which I didn't know Burton School was in his district, connected him to Epic Games. He's looking to do some legislative work and speak to superintendents about getting the educational tools, because not just Epic Games is a nice $32 billion company that developed Fortnite and the Unreal Engine, but they actually have educational tools that aligns with the United Nations 17 goals, and they have lesson plans, and it increases the grades, it increases students being able to come to school, it enhances the school districts, it also increases opportunities for educators to be able to expand. This is how I've helped the educator that works at GRCC that uses Fortnite to educate his students on a science class, but then he was able to work with KDL to host a competition where he had 200 kids across the globe developing islands on sports like islands. So also with the Youth Justice Influence Esports League, a partnership that I developed with 17 Circuit Court, which is King County's courts, I've actually been able to reduce recidivism, having kids that go through the court system. Now they're on the esports teams, and now they're actually looking to get scouted, get in college scholarships. It's a cool thing that I've been able to do. I'm also have the city of North Carolina, actually somebody in North Carolina contacted me about this esports league to expand it, and then they work in the aerospace So when I speak about asteroid mining, humanity's first trillionaire coming from asteroid mining, that's actually going to be a reality one day. I don't know if it's going to be D. Jones that gets billions and create an asteroid mining company, but I know humanity's first trillionaire is going to come from that. And I do know that it's another state that's trying to duplicate the lead that I developed here in the city of GR and King County. It's pretty cool. I also like to thank David LeGrand for his work on the expungements, because I was somebody that tried to get my record expunged. As you see, I got this scar right here. A police officer split my eye. Then I had to go to Internal Affairs, and Internal Affairs said that guy didn't do anything wrong, and that definitely needs to change their policies with the Internal Affairs, because he definitely violated my rights to split my eye open. And it's a lot of people that need expungements. So thank you, David LeGrand, and please utilize the resources that I gave you from the Saudi business people, because those are very rich people, and they would love to have your products, and they also have 9 factories, eco-friendly factories. You'd love it. Thank you.
Seeing no other comments, the meeting's adjourned. Thank you all.